Hello. How's everyone going? We had yesterday off, obviously. Stuff to do. House inspection, amongst other things. But we're back. After a day of non-gaming. Honestly, didn't even really play much Warhammer yesterday. Played it for like an hour and then I was like, So, pretty much didn't touch the computer. But, we're here. Got our Dreamweave vest and our gloves on, so this time when we play Balanced Druid, it'll be a little bit more fun, hopefully. We'll get some bigger crits and stuff like that. We've got Innovate now. I believe I was going to head up to Alteric. So let's get in and actually see what we're doing. I did have such a good day off that I completely forgot to actually, upload the VOD yesterday. Or not upload the VOD, but you know what I mean. Put the VOD up. So the VOD that would have been happening yesterday on the VOD's channel did not go up. For any VOD viewers, which is now a week ago. There was a day delay, I'm sorry. It will be up today, which is last week in VOD time. It's weird, timey-wimey bullshit. But I just completely lost track of time and day because I wasn't streaming.
What can I do for
That happens from time to time.
you? Be good.
You're just chilling and then you're like, oh shit, should have done that. Ah well. Alright, so we're handing down the Scarlet Path and then we'll head up to this fella. Gotta kill one more Shadow Mage as well. Shouldn't be that bad though. And we'll go back down. And then we'll come into Arathi and do these quests. I think. Gonna be a Moonkin swimming around. That should be interesting. And then after all that's done, probably to Badlands. That should get us... If we don't hit 41 in Arathi and Alteric, that should get us to 41. Maybe close to 42. I mean, we're already, getting up there. Almost halfway through this level. Just finished Desolus last time. And then after all that, I guess we head back down to STV. We've still got some of the middle part to do. And obviously the southern end of it should be pretty alright. Obviously, because I think I can kill elites pretty easily now. As a boomkin. But yeah, since we're at 40, we now have some Dreamweave items. They're going to come in handy. I didn't even think to make them for Grocket because I was like, I need to do so many levels on the Druid. Even if the Druid doesn't make it, the chance that it will, these items are going to be amazing. And it doesn't really matter if you wear cloth as a balanced Druid because you go our Moonkin form and you get 360% extra armor anyway. So we have nearly 3k armor with Moonkin activated. Which is pretty nice. Man, I'm kind of glad I wasn't streaming yesterday though because it was such a beautiful day. It was like, there's some days where I'm streaming and the sun's out and it's beautiful and I can't go and look at it. Not that I'm going to look at the sun, but go outside. Stuff like that. But yesterday, perfect. Not a cloud in the sky. Head outside for a little bit and got some sun tanning on, you know. Getting ready for the warmer months. Where maybe I'll go outside and actually interact with people. It's like a challenge that I need to set myself, because being someone that's generally worked for myself for a majority of my life and doesn't really go out that much when I don't have to. I think I want to make it a challenge of actually, you know, going outside and talking to people randomly. Not just going to go up to people and just randomly start talking to them, but when there's an opportunity, you know. But I've always been like that. Someone who just likes being in their own space. I think a majority of people are like that. Gonna travel form since we're going to the inn anyway. Oh. We got 40 water. I think that should be enough for what we're doing.
Be careful.
Hopefully.
See you around.
Don't need the next quest because we aren't doing dungeon. $40 water should be enough for what we're doing. I mean, if we have to use more than like 5 water for what we're doing, I'd be very surprised. But once we go to Arathi and go into the ocean, then it's going to be a little bit different. So we can't really drink when we're in the ocean. I think an innovate will be used under the sea. Under the sea. Now my question is, I'm sure aquatic form works in the boats, but I need to make sure. Bumbaclat. I don't know if, I think it's Jamaicans, right? I don't know if Jamaicans actually say that, but you know, when you see one of those skits or whatever, and there's someone doing it, it's pretty funny sometimes. I hope they do say it because it's a funny thing to hear. But a lot of people, for whatever reason now, mix trolls with Jamaicans. I think some streamers did it, and now everyone. But I mean, Blizzard didn't help with that, did they, when they added Zandalari trolls? Because, you know, we got the very... They did the Wakanda Forever type stuff with that. But things can be loosely based on cultures, I guess. They add in another... Well, it's not really a troll race, but it's a troll elf race. For whatever reason, no one asked for it, I think. The Haranar from the War Within, which I feel like we're going to be part of the story a bit more, and maybe would have been the allied race for this expansion. but Blizzard ran out of time. They added them in midnight. And it's like, okay. Like, alright, it was random, but gotta do what you gotta do. I'm sure someone was begging for them, you know? There was probably people on the forums being like, man, I want to play one of these. Don't know why. They're just hairy elves. Like, honestly. They're night elves, hairier. A little bit of troll and a little bit of elf. You know, it's like the ancestors. Well, now, apparently. Blizzard can change the lore as they see fit, so you never know, really. Like they did with Shadowlands. Jailer was behind everything. But yeah, the Midnight trailer and all that was released. I don't really like the cinematic trailer, I'm gonna be honest. It's a bit shit. Probably one of the worst ones. It looks weird too. Like the Blood Elves do not look like Blood Elves. They look like Lord of the Rings elves. So I don't like it. I'm sure a lot of people share that sentiment because it wasn't looking great. Rude. The trailer that they showed off with the in-game footage was way better, in my opinion. Like, I was way more hyped when that got shown than I was for the actual cinematic of the game, and that's weird. Because usually you want the cinematic of the game to be like something that hypes people up, you know? But, hopefully they maybe take it through another pass before they actually go ahead and put it in the game, because otherwise, well, I'm gonna be skipping that shit. And usually I watch the cinematics when a new expansion comes out. I don't really want to watch that one again, I'm gonna be honest. Doing a lot of damage today. We do have bigger Moonfire now. Get rid of this rogue as well. Yeah, Moonfire does a lot more damage, so it's probably that. But also, like, it's popping off. Okay, all the mobs keep getting out of roots. Boomkin's going crazy. That 3% extra crit, right? Good stuff. Yeah, as you can see, I should actually put these armor kits on my Dreamweave items. That would be a pretty good idea, I think. Get a bunch more armor from that. It's like 60 armor. Nice. Like it. Alright, where's the rogue? Rogue. Come on out, rogue. We'll just have to cast Wrath. Entangling Roots is just not holding today, is it? Nice, and Nature's Grace. Oh. Haven't had a crit Starfire yet today. It sucks that Rejuve is a restoration spell and not a balance spell. Like, it makes sense. Yes. But it does suck. I have to switch out of form to heal myself. Now let's quickly kill this fella. I mean, like, entangling roots is pretty shit today, actually. Gotta make sure I'm actually using a good rank of it. Right now it feels like it's rank 1, you know? This. I like how there's no animations as a moonkin. So you just loot something by, you know, standing there. Alright. I've got it. It's mine now. We need one shadow mage. There's one shadow mage here. Problem is, we probably have to kill a sentry at least. Kill this sentry. There we go. 600 damage. Holy. Use shield wall. And you still got shield wall. How long does that shit last? I've never actually seen these mobs use shield wall. He must have disliked being hit for 600 damage. But that's awesome. 600 damage, and in 2 levels we get a new Starfire. That will definitely be doing 700 damage crits if we get lucky. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. I love giant numbers. Don't know if you knew. But I do. Alright, we'll pull the Shadow Mage away just so we don't have to deal with anyone. Dave must have got a crit, but no, we didn't. It just doesn't have much health. Okay, job done. Back to South Shore. Now get us over halfway through this level. Good spot to be. I never killed an assassin, so I didn't have the Baron quest as well. I think only one character in the Medley has actually managed to kill an assassin. It's been pretty lame, actually. Just every time we rock up in Hillsbrad, the assassins are either not there or have just died. That's how it's felt on pretty much most of the characters. Thought I heard a dragon's wing for a moment there. He does fly up here. Does fly up here. Scary. You know, we've had to deal with that dragon a lot throughout the Medley. When we're fishing here on Rugen for Sagefish Delights. Doing Francie's Whirlwind Axe. Been a lot of times that dragon has been around us. It's kind of funny because he's like part of our overall story, you know? Like, once we go to the blasted lanes, I'm sure we'll see Tiramis out there some point. But then who knows, at some point he might get a bit too close. Hopefully not. But when you're in the blasted lanes, you gotta spend a few hours actually paying attention, so... You never know what could happen. Eyes feel a little bit like... they want to be closed right now. But no, I don't want to be awake. I'm good. Ah, nice rain. Do like when it rains in this game in the middle of Spain. I don't know. It's like that. It rains on the plains in Spain or something, whatever people used to say back in the day. I don't know. I haven't heard anyone say it recently. I haven't been in kindergarten. So it's been probably like 30 years since I heard anyone say it, so maybe it's not a thing that people say anymore. And how'd they know it rains on the plains in Spain? It might not. There might be one plain that's just like chilling. It's a bone dry desert. Although it has rained in a desert recently, hasn't it? That's always a weird one.
Greetings.
Greetings.
With honor, friend. Light bless you. Be careful, or the alliance.
Take that to Stormwind. Oh, Ironforge rather. We'll do that after we do the Arathi stuff.
Need help? Go with honor, friend.
Yeah, we do the Arathi stuff before we do the STV stuff, because Arathi stuff makes me go to STV. And then come back, but besides the point. Ah, let's go.
You need something? Safe travels.
The man must be doing the Jedi challenge. God. That was just so silly. The Jedi challenge. Like, you can roleplay as a Jedi. That's fine, but don't call it a challenge. Because you're just a combat rogue with enchanted weapons at that point. Unless you literally take no talents. Then it's a challenge. It might be the only way to make rogue actually... like a full challenge. By not giving it talents, because even if you just use level 1 swords the whole way, you're still going to be doing a lot of damage. Not as much, but still a lot. Mage brother. Is he like the brother of a mage, or
What can I do for you? See you around.
brother is a mage? I don't know. Mage brother is such an interesting name. There could be many different reasons that you're a mage brother. It's like, you know how people say hell yeah brother? You could be saying mage brother like that. Interesting. Also, if all I had planned yesterday was the inspection, I could have actually streamed because my property manager ended up coming here at like 10:20. Like, it was so early, I did not expect her that early. I answered the door, she's like, did you expect me today? Expect me? my brain. Expect me today? And I'm like, yeah, just not so early. Because usually it's like 1 PM, you know? Inspect me would be a completely different, that would be the start of something different, wouldn't it? It's oof. And then she was only here for like 5 minutes or so, so maybe a little longer. She did have a phone call that she had to take. As soon as I answered the door, someone called her from work. Like, man, work's just always going, you know? It doesn't care if you're doing something. So I could have actually streamed yesterday if I didn't have other plans after that. They were before and after that because I didn't know what time it would happen. But it's okay, we get a little bit more rest experience for friend because of that. Doesn't make up for it completely, obviously, but it helps. Travel form, yeah. What's that vengeful surge doing here? Someone like go into that cave and then run the mobs away, or
Time is money, friend.
maybe I'll have to.
How are you? Pleased to meet you.
Buck. Yeah, buck. Dun, dun. You know that wide donk and wide walk? Yeah, well, ain't no one as wide as a boomkin. Play this with some Giga Chad music. Okay, these mobs might be a little bit scary, but not. Aiming. Nice, we got a crit on that one. Gonna come out of form and heal. Just so I can make sure I don't drop low, because, you know, that'd be scary. Make sure you drop it low. Your boomkin on the flow. Let's get out of here. I think I'll eat a sage fish before we go in the water. It's not really gonna be 100% helpful, but dude, get out the fire. You're gonna cook.
Hi, you're a tall one.
You're gonna die as hardcore.
Interesting. Right.
Didn't even notice that required engineering. Usually I see two-handed mace and I can't use it anyway, but
Off and away.
yeah, I guess because, well, we're using a two-handed mace, we have it trained. We will go and get the charts and stuff first. Then we'll worry about the gems. I do like having this extra, 36 damage though, because it's already been showing us some good damage, especially with Starfire. Starfire crit for 616 is, oof, yes. I like it. Yeah, the reason I said I hope that aquatic form works in the boats is because I don't actually have any underwater potions. So we're gonna have to swap form a lot. Also, another reason why I don't like underwater quests on the Druid, especially though, is like, mana. Like, we're already kind of out of it. Maybe we just don't activate Moonkin form while doing this. Because, that's another 300 mana. We don't need it. It gives us more crit and stuff, but it's a little burden on us. This is why I said we might do an innovate down here. The roots is still available, but I can't use it. Which makes sense, because I am inside. Like, I was assuming I wouldn't be able to use it, but the fact that it still says it's available is interesting. First time using Innovate. It was okay. Not as good as I was hoping, honestly. Bastard. Okay, he didn't aggro anyone else. Good. Yeah, we have no like real regen because we're inside. Also, I am sitting. If I press X, look at what happens. That's weird. Because I'm going down, right? Because X underwater, but you can scrape your ass along the ground. Funny. Nice. Do need crits underwater. Don't know why I went seal form there. I'm gonna come out of it when I get this. What this? Alright, one boat down. As expected, it is a little bit annoying to be under the water as a boomkin. You get seal form, which is good, but it's still like mana issues. They come rising up. Go up here and have a drink. Mana issues that balanced druid has do come rising up when you can't drink. I feel like though we should be able to get through everything from this to Badlands today, and maybe we hit Stranglethorn Vale at some point late into the stream. Be a pretty productive day, I would say. Boom. Kin. Boom kin. Get it? Boom kin. Huh. Yeah, you get it. I am liking our damage. It's very good now. I like it a lot. But, as I said, once Boomkin hits 40 and once we get the Dreamweave items on, I think it's gonna be very fun. And it's getting there. Feel like it would be faster to go up here, have a drink, and then go back down, finish the boat. If I can get up on this, might not be able to. Not like the other one, you know. Not as straight. Well, that sucks. Well, we'll just go for it. Innovate's almost back. My next Boomkin video for this league can be now Boomkin feels awesome. And then all those people that commented on my video saying that Boomkin is awesome will feel some validation. Oh, actually, I have no mana. Hopefully it doesn't pull more mobs. I need mana. Underwater quest. It's literally... Okay. Found the spot. I was gonna say there's literally nowhere to stand other than that boat. But yeah, I'm sure if I make my video title anything like about Balanced Druid being good, those people that commented on the video when I had the video called Balanced Druid Has Problems are gonna feel... They're gonna be like, told you so. You know? But something can have problems for 40 levels and then feel good. It still has problems. I mean, I'm not gonna say Balanced Druid doesn't have problems now, it just feels much better. I would still say it's bad. Bet. In terms of, you know, other specs in the video game. But, you know, when we do that kind of damage, you sort of forget about it a little bit. Like, we are doing big damage, you know. If I was actually running dungeons on this class, I think I'd be topping the meters in some of them. Alright, let's go find our gems. We need 4 more raiders. We'll probably get them while we get the gems. Just kill the ones that we have to. Not the beast quest. for us on this character though. Like, it feels better on a warrior with a water breathing potion, yeah. I'd rather be a warrior with a water breathing potion than a balanced druid doing this quest. Maybe if I gave the druid some water breathing elixirs, it might have been better. Just because having to go into seal form is actually, like, that's 300 mana, right? 170 mana. So basically, 170 does not equal 300. Basically. I'm glad there's no one else here doing this quest, because sometimes there is, and I don't know, when you're doing this quest, a lot of people get upset that someone else is here collecting the item. Like, I had a hunter emote spam me here last time. So I'm just doing the quest like you, man. Like, you know? I'll complain about it a little bit when people are doing the same quest I am, but I never really mean it. Like, I'm just like, someone else came here. That's just about to be done. But I'm not gonna go and emote spam people because they're doing a quest. That's weird. Imagine playing an MMO and being upset when you see other people. The heck? Or imagine playing an MMO and expected everyone to play it the exact same way and being upset when people don't. I've had to deal with that. Because, you know, I make videos. And for some reason, making a video on the internet opens you up to a lot of bullshit. It seems like people, you know, we've talked about this recently, everyone has an opinion. But it seems like people feel the need to just try and take people down. Bring them equal to their life. That's the only reason I can see why you would ever comment bad things on the internet. Your life kind of sucks. I've never felt the need to. Like, life has to be pretty bad for that. I've been through some bad times, but I never felt the need to bring other people down, you know? So if anyone out there watching is ever feeling like they need to bring other people down, stop, collaborate, and listen. I just wanted to say that. We're chill people here. We're trying to lift people up. One more raider, which kind of sucks because I did have to use some extra mana on that. It was being a bit stubborn. Couple resists. Damn, he was right in front of me. I'm glad he slowed down. Wrath is getting up there too, huh? Nearly 400. That's pretty big. Brand might be wearing the most amount of blues out of our characters right now, actually. Alier, I think, has 4 as well. But, I mean, that's pretty much the maximum right now. Throughout the whole journey, probably Lena and Rugen have had the most blues. Just because level where you can, like, you make the gloves, you make the braces really early on, right? And then they've also looted some and them on. Lena technically has a Phantom Blade now. Technically. We haven't equipped it. We need one more level. We need to be able to play her, but
Hey, how you doing?
technically
Keep it
has one.
real.
I'm looking forward to that.
Talk to me. Up with you. Hey, be seeing you.
Take the money.
Daylight's burning.
Obviously.
You have a great day now.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
Alright. Off to Brood Bade, next quest. We are 22k away from leveling and we're gonna go to the Badlands. I think I will go to Ironforge first, Anderson. Just to get it out of my quest log before we head to the Badlands. And then we'll pretty much just go straight in. Go a questing. Feel a sneeze. Sneeze went away. Hello, it is me, I am online. I feel like every time I'm about to sneeze on stream, it goes away. Yankee barks. I like that. Like the dog version of me. If I was a dog VTuber, you know? I've never wanted to be a dog VTuber. I know some people that do. There's a lot of VTubers out there these days. Some people do dress up like a... Well, don't dress up, but, you know, look like a dog. They're model. It's kind of dressing up, isn't it? Not showing your face, you're just a dog. Now they're barking at people. To Ironforge. How is the World of Warcraft?
Interest you on a pint?
Any fun discoveries recently?
Watch your back.
How are you?
See you.
I think any gold over 10 from now on, I'm probably going to send to Lena. We don't have too much training next level. It's going to be about 3 gold. So that's pretty cheap. Regrowth new Starfire. Bark skin. That's going to be nice. Because not only is it less damage taken, but we also don't get spellcast and delay. Although it is 1 second longer to cast spells. But that might be good in a scary moment. $46 new Moonfire and Wrath. That's going to be a good level. So 42, 46. I like the levels I'm looking forward to right now. Fair enough. Playing many different MMOs is a challenging thing, isn't it? Hard to balance. When I was playing WoW and Final Fantasy at one point there, I was like, oh God, I've got to commit to one of them. Kind of where I stopped playing WoW for like 3 years because I just wanted to play Final Fantasy because it was new for me. I never really did much end game around Reborn. Like I started the Relic for Around Reborn one time, and then I got bored of it. Terrible Relic actually. Did not like the Around Reborn one. So I only did like 2 phases of it, I want to say. But I never really did much end game Around Reborn stuff. All the other relics though, like I love the shit out of Eureka, right? Eureka, good relic. Now, there were some parts of that place that sucked ass. But way better than the Around Reborn relic. Heavensward relic, pretty easy to get. I don't remember Stormblood. Was there a Stormblood relic? Yeah, they look cool. And you can get the kettle. Yeah, I got my Eureka Red Mage relic. And that was Stormblood, wasn't it? Actually, now that I think about it. Like, duh. Trying to... The brain's all muddled with Final Fantasy content now. I just remembered. Stormblood equals Eureka because it's in Kugane. It's been a while since I've played. But yeah, I got my Red Mage relic, and then I decided to also go and do some other ones, but they are pretty ugly. You're right. Content though, like for the outdoor content, that's probably the only outdoor content that game has that was actually fun and challenging. I haven't played, like I played Bosnia, but I haven't played any of the newer outdoor areas because I haven't played.
Keep your feet on the ground. See you soon.
Posture wasn't as good, so I'll just assume it continued that trend. 1, 2, 3, 4. If only this was a 5 instead of a 1, I'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Close, close. Oh, we need to go get our stuff out of the bank. I got a friend who pretty much had a spreadsheet for all of the relics in the game, and he was trying to collect all of them. I don't know how far he got in that collection, but pretty far, I'd assume, because he had a spreadsheet for it. I could never.
My attention.
I didn't mind getting relics, but I could never get all of them. That's just too much for me.
Off with you.
Yeah, I didn't like posture as much as Eureka. They definitely made it easier to like do the raid content in posture at least. Because Eureka doing Baldessian Arsenal was a pain in the ass, you know?
Great to meet you. See you.
But I was a little bit of a Eureka enjoyer. There was some people in my static back when I was raiding Shiva who wanted to do a little bit of it because they'd never really done it. And I went in with them, even though I had no need to go into those zones again. Just to help them through and get them to enjoy the content. I liked Eureka a lot. But I'm also a deep dungeon enjoyer, so I like masochism things, I guess. You know, I did the Necromancer 200 levels of Palace of the Dead solo. I did Heaven on High solo. I was trying Eureka Orthos, but I was doing it blind, so I only made it to like floor 80, I think. It took a while blind, I must say. You die, and then you start again. Eureka I would consider as an annoying challenge of masochism. Get a water before we go.
What can I do for you?
Give me a water, mate.
See you soon.
Ah. Yeah, Pagos.
Hi. Off with you.
There definitely was a difference in quality of those. Where the fuck's the quest? No one liked Eureka Pago, so you're right.
How are ya? How are ya?
Where's
Your
your
feet
quest?
on the ground.
Not to mention dropping down into dragons. I think it might be this house actually. Yeah. Getting where quests are now.
Interest ya in a pint? Be good. Watch your back.
The right thing. Where am I? Find Agamond. We don't need that right now. I think that's it because the rest of the quests go in there and get some stuff. I did like the end game, well not end game, but end bosses of all the Eureka stuff as well. Like, you know, they had that moth mummy and stuff like that. Unique models, they're pretty cool. And then we got Athena, so she's not unique anymore. She's also a moth. God, I love the Athena fight though. Phase 1. Phase 1 Athena, good shit. Phase 2 kind of, eh. It's some interesting stuff. But I just liked how fast Phase 1 was. Especially while learning. Pride, greed, something, something. Yes, P12 is. Really good fight. Yeah, pretty much. Phase 2, you're just chilling. Especially if you get the, you know, the, what is the mechanic where you gotta have fire things around you? I don't know what it's called. Don't remember the name of it. Something weird. But you just stand there with one of them, like you stand in the middle of the room and don't do anything and hope that no one else kills you. It's like, well, I guess I'm AFK this time.
What's on your mind?
If you get that
You
roll.
got my attention. Watch your back. Great to meet you.
Yeah, phase 2 was definitely... It was more fun than... What was his face? Hesperos? Phase 2? I think it was Hesperos, I don't remember. Fucking Greek names or whatever. Or was that the first guy? I have no idea. I gotta look. What was his name? Bastos. However you say it. Was P4S the other guy? Yes, P4S was Hesperos. just like, man, these names. Oh, the lucky pick already. Look, that was a lucky pick. One mob, done. I did like Hesperos. It was easy, obviously, but that was really good because I was going through with a group of people who had never played Final Fantasy. The mechanics solved themselves. Like, we were blind raiding, but the mechanics were very well laid out for a group that had never played. So I could actually test them, because I already, as soon as I saw the mechanic, I was like, alright, I kind of know how to solve this, so you guys are going to have a test now. And we'll see if you can solve it. Because it was all laid out on the floor. Which was really cool. But that's Final Fantasy, isn't it? Shit's just laid out on the floor if you're willing to actually look at it. Come back here. And I don't want to run over there. Have a drink. But yeah, second tier of Endwalker. Eh. Carbuncle was sick. Other than that. Eh. But I guess when the third tier came out, everyone was like, man, this is so good, because we had shit before that. And it was pretty good. At least it wasn't like... You know, the second tier of Shadowbringers was really sick. Obviously, with Shiva. But at least it didn't last as long as that. Because even though that tier was sick, it did last too long, you know, with COVID and everything. Imagine if the Endwalker second tier lasted that long. Oh, we would have been so miserable. Having to do that raid for that long? Not that I generally farmed the raid tier, right? For me, Final Fantasy raiding was like clear, get some bisque gear, maybe get some good passes, and then not play it again until next patch. It's pretty good. Pretty good to play that way. Kinda how I play WoW now as well. Although I forget about the good passes bit in WoW because I think passing in World of Warcraft is much harder. Mainly because the gear's so random. So you can have really good gear, but you're never gonna have like actual bisque gear unless you're someone who's just playing constantly, you know? And I don't. Nice, another gizzard. Ooh. So my WoW style is now get gear, kill bosses, although this tier I'm not raiding, so I'll kill the bosses after my guild is cleared and actually want to run me through. How nice of them. Kill the bosses one time. And then just chill. Yeah, exactly.
Be good. Off with you. Watch your back.
There will be no bis here. Not doing that quest.
What's on your mind? Safe travels. Watch your back. See you soon. Off with you.
Scrounging we can leave for last. We'll do that later. I wonder if there's a giant out here today. I have seen him, I would say at least 5 times out of the 8 times I've come here. This is the final character to come to the Badlands. That's crazy.
Throw home.
that I've been here so many times.
For the Horde.
Time is money, friend. Be good. Yo. Have a good one. Be good. Keep it real. Talk to me.
I will say though, as boring as like gearing in Final Fantasy is, I still way prefer Final Fantasy's gearing to World of Warcraft's. Because at least eventually you'll get your best gear. You know, it might take a few months. Maybe if you're pugging, it's going to be longer. But you'll eventually get it. Because you can just buy it straight up if you get unlucky. Can't really do that in World of Warcraft most of the time. Sometimes they do add a vendor for like trinkets and stuff. But I can't just buy like the whole best set. Dead person. That's probably why. So this bird is level 55 elite. For whatever reason, he's in a level 40 area. But yeah, he just stays out here and kills people sometimes. Crazy. When Blizzard added Zeracotl into the game, they were like, this will be funny. We just put this level 55 bird in this level 40 area. They were smoking some good shit that day. Angling ropes today is letting me down so much. I haven't had a single good entangle, I want to say. As in, like, I can spam the shit out of damage onto him while he's entangled. But I haven't seen Zeracotl out here before, so I always thought that he spawned over here. So I wonder if that guy got caught out with the same fort. Grab this shaman before Murderlock comes. And we can just kill Murderlock alone. Bonk. Yay, we got an iridium. Now, when will Murderlock come along? Can I kill this guy before he gets on? Probably. But it is nice having like multiple MMOs that are worth playing these days. There probably always has been, but you know, throughout most of my life I was a WoW player. I want to say there's probably a 10-year window where I didn't even play a single game other than World of Warcraft throughout its 20-year history. That's why last year I played things like Mass Effect and Ori, just because I never had. Come on, Murderlock. Your ass over here. Make me dance. Yeah, I mean, gathering in WoW is definitely much harder. God, the moonkin dance is kind of funny. Especially that part. Hurry up, Murderlock. Haven't got all day. Oh. Wool cloth is probably one of the hardest things to actually farm. If you're high enough level to do the stockades, which is like a mid-20s dungeon, then it's easier to get. But yeah, it's just one of those things, like, you know, people need it for bandages, but it doesn't drop a lot. Probably the hardest cloth to actually get in the game, I would say. You gotta fight mobs that actually drop it, which is humanoids. And there's not that many of them around that level bracket. Because there are humanoid mobs in the level bracket, like Worgen or Naga, but they don't drop it. For whatever reason. Like, nah, none for you. So I've also had a lot of issues with woolen cloth throughout my years playing, definitely. Here he comes, finally. Because this challenge is like account found, I did have to send wool cloth from my druid and priest to my mage just so I can level tailoring actually. Because otherwise I wouldn't have had enough. Now let's hope that we don't get too close to Zero Cottle. But honestly, I think if I was playing on a, you know, on a regular playthrough, I'd probably just farm something else and then buy wool cloth. I think that would be way better for efficiency. Because it's just so hard to get. Regular buzzard over there, but Zeracottle's also over there. It's like a trap. Bird's just setting a trap. Giant crypt. Like. I guess I'll pull the shaman. I'll probably pull the bone snapper while pulling the shaman, but that's fine. No, we didn't. Level 41. I didn't even notice. Gonna go improve Starfire. We're gonna continue down the balance tree for another 3 levels. Because I want to get this 5 of 5. Just having less of a cast time on that button and more chance to stun is pretty big. I didn't even notice we were that close to leveling, actually. Happened. Get moon-fired, mate. We've only got 2 iridium. Yeah, Defias mobs definitely are probably the best bet for around that area. That's why it drops a lot in stockades, because it is basically a Defias dungeon again. Couple resist, but he gave me an iridium, so I don't care. Yeah, getting a bit of resist now. But we are fighting mobs that are basically our levels. That's fine, I guess. If it has to be. Yeah, honestly, I didn't know tailoring was so hard to level until I did this account found challenge. And I can only imagine if someone's like playing Southbound as a tailor, they're probably having the worst time ever. Because they would have to farm it all on one character. I had 8 characters to farm it, you know? I would say it's probably the worst of the main professions to level. At that point, at least. Only 270 kills. It's classic WoW though. If you do actually want to grind for things rather than just buy them, you'll probably spend a lot of time out in the field. You know, even with this challenge, I've done a lot of grinding already. Killed Murlocs for 2 levels trying to get some iridescent pearls. You might have to do that for tailoring. If you want some of the good gear. Killed snake people for like 3 levels total. Across characters. Trying to get some black pearls. Killed some windy boys for 4 hours. That was the worst thing I've ever done. Half an hour respawns. Ugh. Yeah, I think there was a time where Final Fantasy XIV, that's probably why the game didn't do so well when it first came out, had stuff similar to classic WoW. But also, you know, there were some overhauls that needed to be done to make the game actually work back then, so it wasn't all just that. Yeah, that's true. Like, alchemy's piece of piss. Leveling alchemy, easy. Just go pick some flowers and then make some potions. Done. Level working pretty easy because you can skin all the mobs. You know, all the mobs that are skinnable at least, which is a majority of them. You fight a beast, you probably get in the skin. Tailoring. Blacksmithing. They require some work. I'm kind of glad, like, with my blacksmith, there is still more items that I want to make later on, but I'm kind of glad I don't need to, like, farm for any blacksmithing for a while. After the Phantom Blade. Knight's Breastplate of the Gorilla. It looks nice. But I'll never wear it. Because it's male intellect strength. Like, I do actually need a new chest piece for my warrior or paladin. Both of them. Because the chest piece that I'm using is a level 24 crafted blue. This is what I use the iridescent pearls on. Got 14 strength, 6 stam. It's not that amazing. But you know, it's gotten me like 20 levels of use. And it's pretty crazy. That's another thing I like about professions in this game. If you make an item that's like really good, you're probably going to be using it for like half of your leveling journey. Like the items you make sometimes feel very like rewarding. Like with tailoring, the Dreamweave items. These are really good. Get them at level 40, but probably use them until 60 in some cases. Alright, we had to resist after a pummel, which is not fun. I have no mana. Like, I could see a world where this chest and gloves are on these characters until level 60. Just because they're so good. They take a bit of farming to make, especially account or self-found. You got to get a lot of items. But very worth it. After you make it, at least. While you're making it, not so worth it. It doesn't feel that great while you're farming, you know? Oh, 621 might actually be the biggest Starfire I've had. That was a big one. Terracotta, where you at? I know you're out there. Don't want to get too close. I didn't see that mob. He must have respawned just see. Scary. I was looking out here, you know, trying to see where Zerakotta is, see if I can see it. And then I see enter in combat. I didn't even know what it was from, but it scared me. I was so focused on looking out here. Freaking respawns. Sometimes you get a jump scare. 20 years in this game, it's still scary. I remember the very first time I went to a zone. Now, I won't spoil it. But I mean, if I go there on stream, I will. But there's a zone at around level 50. And the first time I ever went there, I saw a mob and I immediately got a jump scare. For any WoW veterans, you probably know the zone. It is one of the most scary and stressful places in the classic WoW, I would say. We'll be there, not like very soon, but relatively soon. Within another month or two, probably. Say we'd be there within 2 weeks if, you know, we weren't leveling so many characters. Can't believe the Medley is about to catch up to my non-Medley character. And probably pass it this time, I would say. Just don't think there's a whole bunch of interest in my friend group right now to be grinding away at hardcore, especially with the new retail patch. Once that settles down a bit, I'm sure some people will be like, let's hardcore. But by the time we get back to it, we'll have forgotten how to play, and we'll go to gym for a lore, which is the next. It's not a dungeon, but it's like an outdoor dungeon, so it's basically a dungeon. That was the next thing we had planned, and we'll probably die because we'll not remember how to play. Because it's been about 2 months since we played those characters. I'll remember how to play because I've played some warrior in between, right? But not so sure all of my friends will remember how to play after 2 months of not playing. Even though it's classic WoW and it's pretty easy. Nice. Glad I finished that quest. I hate that. See you, Zeracottle. Hopefully never. And Zeracottle out there. There's also a herb right under it. Like the birds just camping that herb. That's rough. So many traps.
Time is money, friend.
Time is money, friend. Already handed in the buzzed wings on every character, so fine. We don't really need gold ore anymore. Jades we can keep.
Glad I could help.
Strength. Be safe.
I handed this in before I talked to the goblin, but that's alright. Kinda hoping I get halfway through this level with this zone. But we are 41, so
What do you need? Go forth to victory.
we're in a pretty alright spot for starting STV, which haven't needed to do yet. Starting the last part of STV at least. 41 is generally where you want to be before you do that. So I'm happy enough, I just want more experience. Hopefully, there's no one over here farming. There generally is, and it's a bit annoying.
Hey, be seeing you. You have a great day.
When there's like a level 60 out here farming,
Off
it's
and
like,
away.
oh, what are you doing?
Alrighty then, off and away.
I don't actually know. These mobs are immune to nature, aren't they?
You have a great day now. Be seeing you. Alrighty then.
Oh, that's gonna be actually not fun then. The majority of the damage I do is nature. There is a level 60 here farming. And there's a few people. Well, maybe we just leave this quest for now. Come back to it. But yeah, the rock elementals are actually immune to nature. So many people here. Gross. Which means I would have to only use arcane. And Wrath's like 37% of my damage. And my arcane spell takes 3.3 seconds to cast. So... it's actually going to be annoying. Just thought about that. We'll go over and kill some ogres. Do some ogres. Get the rest of our buzzard stuff. See. Yesterday and today have felt so slow. Like yesterday, you know, I was sitting on the couch and it was like 4 PM and I was like, man, today's felt like it's taken forever. Today feels kind of the same. Like I've been streaming nearly 2 hours. But it feels like longer. And not because I'm like hating it or anything. I don't know why. Maybe the days slowed down. You know, spring's coming. Days slow down so you can enjoy them more. For me at least. Spring, very cool. I like spring. A little stun. You'd like to see. But yeah, doing the rock elementals. The reason I say it's going to be more annoying than it probably would be is because my 3.3 second cast is probably what I'll start the fight with, unless I start with a Moonfire. And then I'm opening myself up to getting the mob stolen from me with 3 second cast. Fierce. And you go back to a fierce. I was so interested why they didn't actually use Meteon after, you know, the whole of the Endwalker stuff, because at the end of it, she was flying around. I wonder if that's just like a metaphorical thing, or if she's still out there. Would have been a way better character development having Meteon around chilling than a Wooklamate. As someone who hasn't played Dawn Trail yet but knows people's thoughts on things. Yeah. I would have played Dawn Trail if Meteon was there. You know, she was interesting. Psycho Bird. Hello, Luna. Come in right when I'm making a controversial statement. Not very controversial, was it? How have you been, sir? Anything fun happening recently? Ugh, man. Entangling Roots today is just not performing at all. But I mean, I'll take that. A 600 crit to make up for it, I'll take it. Busy bit good? That's good bit busy. Lifting? Nice. I can't flex on screen, my camera's too close, but... You get the idea. Always good. I should probably lift more, honestly. I actually, recently, very recently, like this weekend recently, because I want some other stuff to do outside of the house, I applied for I'll call it a day job, at a swimming pool that has a gym, just as a lifeguard. So maybe, if I get that, then I might have to start actually going to the gym more because it's right there. Because currently with work, I don't leave the house. So I was like, maybe I can do something else. Not much reason to leave the house when you're drawing stuff on a computer. But it was like a part-time lifeguard job, and I was like, that looks interesting. Because then I can use the gym and stuff. But who knows? Job markets these days kind of rough. Any more birch? Maybe like one up here. But at least, you know, I met Wook because I did play the end of Endwalker, so I at least get to talk about it. Yeah, I do currently where I'm at right now, I've got a garage behind me that doesn't have anything in it, and I was thinking about getting some gym equipment for that. Because otherwise, you know, I've got 2 garages. I don't need 2. So it's like the car can go in one and then the other one's just empty. Or I can put stuff in it. House is pretty nice, I must say. 2 garages. A nice small section that I don't need to mow too much. Big open house with lots of rooms for activities. Good. Probably one of the best houses I've lived in. See you later. I was already thinking about doing that. And then my brother was also like, I would like to use that if you do that. So yeah. Maybe some workout streams. Play classic WoW for half the day and then work out for an hour. And then go to sleep. Or something, I don't know. If only I trained the feral abilities. I could actually kill those rocks. Yeah, there are some people that do that, you know, they just play games for a lot of their stream and then they do a few, like an hour or 2 workout. Kajira is a pretty big one for it. You've been on the internet, I'm sure you've heard of him. If not, well, he works out a lot. Been doing like some, you know, when you get up on stage and you flex, he's been doing some of those competitions, which is pretty cool. Because, you know, a lot of video gamers were pretty lazy. It's easy to get out of shape when you're just sitting around playing video games. Especially as you get older. You know, I'm 37 now and I do find it pretty easy to get a little bit of tummy fat. Like, oh dear, I gotta start working out more. Rough. Back when I was a teenager or in my 20s, I'd just not do anything and have abs. Easy.
What can I do for you? Safe travels.
But it's always good to hear that people are, you know, working out,
Off
doing
with
stuff,
you.
because
Safe travels.
quite important. Well, I mean, it's been I did die on hardcore for the first time while leveling. Finally. On my warlock. But other than that, been alright. It's just WoW. The boss.
What's up?
I did think, like, recently I should probably have a break from streaming World of Warcraft sometime soon. But I don't know if I want to get through this challenge first or just play something else. Not 100% sure. 'Cause I bought Cyberpunk and I want to play through that. But I can't say I'm like burnt out. Well, I pulled a mob that I had never pulled before in Classic WoW because there was a quest that I had never done before. And apparently it spams 300 damage shadow bolts on a 1 second cast time or whatever. They were really fast. Turns out that mob was enough for me to get wrecked. So against these, I need to just use Starfire because they're immune to nature. This is going to be annoying. And I wasn't really focused on the video game. I was talking to people about other video games. So, you know, you just step off the accelerator for a moment and then you're dead. Basically what happened. But at the same time, Warlock was like my least favorite class, so I wasn't that upset about it. Couldn't have happened to a better class, honestly. Maybe the Druid. Leveling balance, it's been rough, but I do kind of like it more than the Warlock. Does more damage. But I did expect the Warlock to go pretty far, you know. I did stuff like cave elite quests and just elite quests in general because you can just fear everything, but yeah, you pull the wrong mob at the wrong time and that's it. What an annoying quest. Just because I can't use Wrath or Entangle. We need some of these improved Starfire procs. But it's been alright, you know, we're learning a lot. I love Fire Mage. Warrior and Rogue, obviously, very good. But I also really enjoy Priest, which I never thought I'd say in World of Warcraft. Like, I actually enjoyed, so far, leveling the Priest. Which is weird, because a lot of the time it's just been... Yeah, I'm wanding. Did you see that they're putting Player House and into World of Warcraft next expansion, Luna? With all those things that you need mods for in Final Fantasy to be able to, you know, actually do it properly. They're just putting it in the game, like you can clip things into things without needing to be weird about it and all that. After so long, they're finally putting player housing into WoW. They just wanted to make sure it was perfected. And also not needing to be subbed to have houses. It's pretty awesome, isn't it? Paying rent in video game, like what the hell? I don't think it's a feature that brings people back to World of Warcraft, but you know, there are some cool things with it. Having neighborhoods and stuff like that. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Blizzard had this thing for like half of the time WoW's been out where they just thought they knew better than people, right? So they never really wanted to give players what they want. But Final Fantasy does do that a lot too. You're right. I mean, Yoshi P's apologized, what, 4 times this expansion? That's pretty bad. Oh, that level 60 warrior farming his elemental earth. Annoying. I'm sure there'll be a time where I play 14 again. I feel like right now I don't want to do the story. So I just don't bother. Because I know that I'm gonna have to go through a story, play it again. Maybe if they ever release another story like, you know, Shadowbringers, Endwalker, that's when I'll pick it up again, probably. For the story aspect. But I do like the raids. Where all these people come from. I wish level 60s wouldn't farm elemental earth here. There's mobs over here that no one ever goes to kill. It'd be so easy. It's bad. Yeah, I've heard I wouldn't say mixed reactions. Not so positive reactions. A lot of my friends that played a lot more than I did, like, you know, they were playing before I started playing, have stopped playing this expansion. Kind of concerning, you know, like World of Warcraft had a downward moment during Shadowlands and a lot of people played Shadowbringers and they were like, this is much better, and now it's kind of the opposite because the Wolfen is not that great of a story, but it's a lot better than what WoW has had throughout its history. That level 60 warrior does not even care. He's just like, man, there's a person waiting for mobs, but I don't care. If I see it, I'm gonna kill it. Bastard. Yeah, this one too. Too many people out here. I don't want to fuck around. the moonkin that could. Why are there so many people? I don't even need the like I could hold on this quest. I got the main part I was here for. It just sucks because it's hard to write another good story after having 2 bangers, right? The Shadowbringers and Endwalker for me are like peak Final Fantasy stories. They're better than any of the single player games. So obviously there was going to be a downturn at some point, but they also tied a character that kind of sucks to the main story. And it's not even that the character sucks in general, it's just that the person voice acting the character kind of sucks for all the posts on the internet. I wouldn't want someone like that tied to my brain. I'm gonna come out and say it. I don't think that person is a good person. And that kind of hurts the brand as a whole.
Oh, do I have a deal for you? Glad I could help.
Like if you get a voice actor and then they're going on the internet and posting some bullshit, you know? Just move on. Say they got lost somewhere throughout their journey. Maybe they'll be found again in 20 years' time or something. I don't know. I mean, World of Warcraft has cut voice actors for less. I think that would be a big improvement for Dawn Trail. It's not going to fix things, but it would be an improvement. But then again, you know, not everyone is on the internet. So there's probably some people out there that are just like, this is the greatest character ever, and they don't even know anything about the actual person. Which is how I would prefer to be. But then there's people that go on the internet and think their opinion should be stated. Goddamn ads. Always hitting at the wrong time. I was just talking about Wooklemet's voice actor. How I don't think they are a good person at all. And I wouldn't want them to be tied to my brand, you know? It has nothing to do with like what they are, all that, just the person. Kinda seem like they're full of hate. Yeah, if I was Square, I'd be like, we need a new voice actor. But at the same time, maybe that would get some people riled up. So they're kind of in a bad situation. I would just lose the character. Say she went out sailing and she'll be back one day. Yeah. One day. I mean, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing though. There's been some voice changes throughout Final Fantasy, right? Yeah, exactly. A PR problem. That's the main reason I'd be like, I don't think this is something good. Like, you don't ever want people to be problematic when it comes to your brand, right? No matter who they are or what they are, it's like, whatever. It's just, feel like the main character in a video game, it still doesn't matter. If they were like the main character and this is the reason people are playing, if they're causing issues, it's like you need to get rid of them at some point. Because that's enough to drive people away. Like, let's say Y'shtola, you know, the voice actor for Y'shtola just randomly started being hateful on Twitter one day. Be like, wow, Y'shtola's gotta go. Is how I would see it. I'm glad Classic WoW doesn't have anything like that, you know, there's no voice acting in this game. No drama here. It's just the people that make drama. Yeah, exactly. I haven't heard anything about a Valve. Bowed? Yeah, that's... I saw it advertised like 1 or 2 times and then I never really paid attention. But I'm assuming they're having some PR issues from that statement. You're probably a lot more clued in with the game industry than I am in recent times, because I just play video games now, you know, I don't really pay attention to all that stuff. But since you're working in that industry... Skyrim wannabe. I want to be a Skyrim. yeah, I have not heard about any drama from that. I loved playing Skyrim when it first came out. Dog shit story, but man. Just the things you could do. Art director was Molden Online. Ah, that's what you want. How do I decide which character to play on a given day? So I have a list of characters. I put them in a wheel and spin it. But it's not like on a day, it's just in a sequence. So, you know, for this league, I played Rogue, into Priest, into Warlock, into Mage, stuff like that. And then just get them to a certain level. But it is random. Hey, sometimes it goes like that, Luna, you know? Sometimes you work on something for a long time and then it comes crashing down because of one guy or something. It's generally why I like working alone. Because if I fail at something, or if I do something that caused something to fail, I can at least know why. No, I don't have to rely on the sanity of other people. Because some people just go crazy for no reason. You could be having a normal conversation with someone and the next day they're a crazy lunatic. Like... It always makes it worse when you're like in a workspace. Skill issue. But yeah, I do randomly spin a wheel to select the characters. There's always a little bit of RNG in that regard. Made it interesting. Especially with the rules of my challenge, because I also can't like log into the other characters when I'm not playing them. Apart from once a week to check their mail.
See you soon.
But yeah, every time I hear about like drama that costs other people like money or their job or something like that, I'm just like, man, I'm glad I work alone. Because I would hate that, you know. You work on something so hard, you put in your life basically into something, and then someone just does something stupid and it's like, be like, nah, man. Like, I don't want to deal with that shit. Right now, the only thing I have to deal with is AI taking all my work. Bye. And eventually AI will take everyone's work, so it is what it is. It's just that my where I work is you know, in the line of fire a bit earlier than most people.
Here there.
But that's why I do more web design than actual graphic design. But web design is becoming a little bit more AI friendly now because Wix and people like that have started making AI tools. So literally everyone can do it.
What can I get for you today?
Buy a lot of water. We just get like 60 water. Boom can need water.
Watch your back.
Okay, I did everything apart from the rock shards. I'm kinda just okay with leaving that though, because I don't want to deal with a level 60. Maybe we'll go back down there and actually complete it when we go for our nifty stopwatch. Guess we head down to Buddha Bay.
What's on your mind? Off with you.
That's for Eva. But yeah, like workplace drama and stuff like that. Even though it's not workplace drama, I guess it's like online drama, which then causes workplace drama. People are just so opinionated now, and it's like, just don't be. Just don't go on the internet and have a meltdown. It's better for your life. I don't know why it's so hard. Like, I don't really use social media that much these days. I've got a Facebook for, like, talking to my family or friends, and that's it. I don't use Twitter. I obviously have YouTube and Twitch because I do content creation, but I took out all the problematic ones, you know, where I gotta read about people's lives where I don't want to. But social media was definitely a bit of a mistake for humanity, wasn't it? People find it so hard to, like, not broadcast their whole life on the internet. Like, back in the 90s, you know, everyone was racist, but they weren't openly racist. So they didn't lose their jobs over it. But now, you go say something on the internet that's racist. 07. Or just don't be a racist. It's actually not that difficult, but you know. To each their own. There's been so many people that have posted something on the internet. It's just like, well, see you later, job. Thankfully, when I see a person, I just see a person. Like, that's just a person. Everyone has their own, like, likes and dislikes, sure, but thankfully for me, it's not anything random. I've never wanted to go on the internet and, like, start some random mental breakdown though. I've lost my mind while playing video games, you know. I'm like, when I played Mass Effect 3 and I was doing the Spectre fight in the Citadel DLC, I lost my mind that day. But that was just because of how terrible the game controls were. Imagine mapping everything to one button. Why is dodge and take cover and sprint all on the spacebar? Like, that's fucked up. That's about the biggest extent of my mental breakdowns. I have a simple life. Pretty chill. I like it. Yeah, Mass Effect 3. I like the gameplay of Mass Effect 3, but it was probably... You know, it wasn't the strongest in terms of story. Kind of a letdown after you finish the trilogy and that's the ending you get though, like... It is quite difficult for me to get angry. Like, I've played through Dark Souls games, and my friend bought me Dark Souls 3 because he wanted me to stream it and see me get angry because he's never seen me angry. Fucking Zen, man. I got through that game without raging one time. Because things that are challenging don't actually make me angry, they just make me try harder. But Mass Effect 3 Spectre Challenge, I was a little bit mad that day, I must say. Just because of the controls. I'm generally not someone that is angered very easily. It takes a lot. When I am angry, people will know, because I will let them know. I've only shouted maybe like 2 times in the last 5 years with actual anger. I think it's because when I was younger, like, I grew up with... My brother has ADHD, right? So he was always angry. So I kind of figured out ways on how to, like, counter that. Because when you live with someone like that, you gotta deal with a lot of... Wow. Let's just say anger issues that shouldn't even exist. So while trying to work out why he's angry, you also work out how to deal with your own anger issues. And when I was young, I wasn't really angry still, but there were moments where I would be like, oh, there's a moment of rage, you know? Like, I could punch this person right now. Something like that. Like, it would just randomly come on. But I discovered ways to get rid of that. So I don't really get angry these days. I was teaching my nephew how to be less angry. He is only like 7 years old, so he doesn't really need to learn it that quickly, but I mean, you know, you want him to have a good life, you don't want him to get in trouble. Because his father is definitely from an angry family. A lot of holes in the walls and stuff, you know. So, I've never once broken anything in anger, so at least I have that claim, because I feel like a lot of gamers love to break shit. Like, I don't know why gamers feel the need to throw a controller or their mouse and stuff like that, because that's like the stuff that you're using.
See you around.
You don't want to break that. Make him play League. I did play a little bit of League when it first came out.
Hey there. Be careful.
That is a game that if I played it regularly, you know. be a little bit different in terms of my mentality on stuff.
Time is money, friend. Hurry back. What's up? Keep it real.
What can I do for you? Have a
Level
good one.
41. Is it good enough?
Yo, talk back.
I guess we can take that quest because it's just to go see a dude.
Keep it real.
Hail.
I was hoping I'd get closer to 42, but because that quest was literally impossible, there were people there. We're a little bit further than what I wanted to be. Like my XDD, it's an anime girl. It's not the weird cat.
Glad I could help.
Pricked you.
Greetings. May your blades never dull.
When XDD was going around, you know, I hated seeing that cat, so I made sure I didn't have to see it here. I wonder if Grocket has all of his jades. I feel like he should. Send that to Frank. Francie. Wow. I think I might take a short break. I'm feeling a little bit hungry. As in the energy levels are starting to drop and I need to eat something or I might crash. So I'm gonna take a few minutes. Go toilet as well. And I'll be back. We got it worked out with the talking about stuff. I'll be back in a few minutes. Criterion with the boys. Alright, Luna, you might be gone, but have a good one. Criterion was fun. I did like Criterion dungeons in Final Fantasy. Especially doing them blind. You know, it was like some Savage content that was 4-man content. It was fun. My headset got tangled in my chair. Like, you know, sometimes you just put the headset down and then you don't really think about it, and then you come back and it's like tangled up. Crazy. So I should be able to get the starter quest here done relatively easy, like all the pirate stuff, the gorillas, maybe the goblins. But I am a little bit worried about questing out here right now. Yeah, Derelict, or Luna as I like to call him, was the static raid leader of my last Final Fantasy group. So, comes round from time to time. Even though I haven't played Final Fantasy in God knows how long. The guy that wanted to do top. And I said, no, I ain't doing top. I'll do T. I don't want to do top. I don't know if they did T. He was great. Also the fight that got me to play Final Fantasy. Alexander Ultimate. I was watching Arthurs do it, and I was like, huh, I don't know what the hell is going on the screen, but it looks awesome. And Gunbreaker looks pretty cool too. That's why I started playing the game and then went Gunbreaker when I could. That was like my class. I think when I pull this mage, Pretty Boy Bunkin? Pretty Boy Duncan. Pretty Boy Duncan. Jeez, I can't read, huh? Well, I knew that. Pretty Boy Duncan might pull. I read it as 3 different things. Yeah. But I'll just root it. Back in the day, I used to think because I couldn't read, it was just a New Zealand education system. Turns out my brain just can't read. That's how it goes sometimes. Sometimes you read something and you're like, no, that's not right. Yeah, it takes a few times. Pretty Boy Bunkin. I love it. it could be seen as a disability, dyslexia, but like I find it so funny when I make a mistake like that. So I don't consider it one because it gives me a laugh. Lag. That doesn't give me a laugh. Especially when I'm fighting 2 mobs. I wonder if a world buff went off. Because usually there is a little bit of lag in STV when a world buff happens. One thing I'm glad about in WoW, at least Classic, is I don't have to read that much. So I don't get a lot of opportunity to make mistakes like that in this version of the game. Because I'm not reading constantly, but when I was doing like Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate, stuff like that, man, all over the place. Mass Effect was kind of crazy because they have all the space terms, right? And I hadn't really read them a lot before, so yeah. Oof. Get up there. Get up on that rail.
What's up?
Oh, that's
Have
not
a
the right
good
guy.
one.
Time is money, friend. Keep it real.
Maybe a world buff didn't happen. Maybe I was just smoking. I did lag though, and it wasn't very nice. Never nice. Lagging while playing hardcore WoW is never a nice feeling. So, yeah,
Hello.
never nice.
Farewell. Be careful.
Don't really
Safe
need to do
travels.
that.
You got my attention. Watch your back.
Wash your back.
How may I aid you? Ancestors watch over you.
Friendly with Booty Bay. Booty Bay.
King's honor, friend, for the Alliance.
What do you like? So we'll go out and see if we can do these free quests. Dizzy's Eye, Snuff, all that stuff. Dizzy's Eye, Snuff, all that stuff. Nice. And then the gorillas. Which I love as a word. The word gorilla just like rolls off the tongue so well. Much better than monkey or chimpanzee. I mean, ape's pretty easy, but... Gorilla sounds like such a fierce word and it just comes out so easily, you know? Like if you hear the word gorilla, you're like, oh shit. Let's say you sagefish. Drop it down low and eat the sagefish. Yo, I was gonna say something else, but there's a bit. I'm hoping that... So the Race to World First Mythic right now, they're on the final boss of this tier, and I'm hoping that it's still alive when I finish stream today because I'd like to watch a little bit of it. And if it's still alive, well, then that means it's a good fight and not a shit fight like last year. Final boss last year just kind of fell over. It's just like, they got there and then they were pretty much done. I'm hoping that, you know, I get to watch when Echo and Liquid are both fighting it and it's both like sub 10%. Because those kind of races, fucking amazing. I love that part of the race to world first. When both teams are sub 10% and it's just like anyone's game. Because I'm not EU and I'm not US, so I don't really care who wins. Oceanic's not going to win, so I don't give a fuck. Just give me a good show, you know? I'd like Echo to get one, because Liquid have won the last two, and I feel like clean sweeping, as cool as that would be, it would be a bit demoralizing. So I think if Echo wins one, then Liquid can come into next expansion wanting it back. Like, they got the fire, and Echo's like, alright, we ride the high. So you kind of want both teams to win. For different reasons. But there's so many weird boys in the chat that like root for one team, and it's like, what? Just have a good time, you know? Similar with F1. I don't root for just one team in Formula 1. I just watch it and hope that the racing's good. I just want a good show. I got my favorites, sure. But, you know, if they lose, I'm not going to get upset about it. Only one team can win, right? As long as they put on a good show, then it's all good. So I never understand why people sit in those race to world first streams and just like USA this, EU that. It's really strange. Similar to people just going on the internet and spouting their opinions, isn't it? I just don't think I'm a regular human. Maybe I'm weird. Obviously, I've played World of Warcraft for like half my life and then still play it constantly. I'm at 25 days played in the hardcore medley. That's fucked up. It's 8 months. 8 months of my life playing WoW. I've moved house twice in that 8 months. As well. And that's usually like a week off, you know? Yeah, but these mobs being 43 is the reason why I'm a little bit worried about these. Because I'm not sure if I'll be able to kill all of them successfully. But if we can get our Snuff and our Dizzy's Eye, then the charts and the orders we can come back for later if we need to. Oh yeah, I love that. A roots that doesn't break. Breaked, mate. But I guess we'll be going 35 points in the balance. And we should have enough for what we want in Resta. I think we only get down to here. Don't really need anything past that. Improved rejuve wouldn't be terrible, but Probably just put the points into like natural shapeshifter or something after that. Is there anything over here? Yes. Yeah. this is what I mean. But at least we can one-shot the imps. Damn, 600. I'd love to see it. I'm not 100% sure I can really deal with that. We can entangle the swashbuckler, but then we'll still have the succubus and the warlock to deal with. And at this level, got 2 levels on us. So probably even that wouldn't go so well, right? Because resist is pretty high, as you can see. We'll just get done what we get done. Which is hopefully Dizzy's eye and enough. Hard out here is young Boomkin. Or are we an old Boomkin? There's a new Warhammer free patch coming next week. Means it's probably gonna break all my mods. But that was a partial resist crit Starfire. It was the lowest crit Starfire I've ever had on. Yeah. I'm not surprised you would do that, mate. You look like the type that would hit me while I'm casting. Do them like this. And get rid of the warlock. Succubus just chills. Shadowcasters are crazy, huh? Like, they do a lot of damage. Saw that Nature's Grace, and I was like, I probably don't need the second draft going out, but I had already cast it because it's a 1 second cast at that point. The charts are here, and the orders are there. Both pretty difficult to get right now. There's one thing that Boomkin does like. I think if Boomkin, now I don't want it to have one because it would be probably too overpowered at that point. But if Boomkin had a interrupt, imagine. That'd be quite strong. How much damage off are we? Just a little bit. Yeah, resist. We get a resist and suddenly our health is like nothing. That's how it goes. That's why I'm a little bit worried about these quests, I'm gonna be honest. I just don't really have anything else I can do. Like, there are quests coming. We are slowly getting towards new zones opening up. But we got to get to like, I don't know, 43. Really have a comfortable time. A little bit worried about this guy. He might aggro something and then it will social aggro. He is pulling like 800 mobs over there. Man, I didn't even kill that. Oh yeah, she can't get to me while I'm in the water. See, when he pulled all those mobs, I thought I would just move over a little bit, just to make sure I didn't get social aggro. Tony the rogue. Rogues are really strong. I don't do that. Rogues are quite strong. So are shadow casters. Alright, there's a Vanish. I wonder if he's trying for the charts. Probably. Why'd they pull that one though? It should die. Yep. Good lord. You know, after dying to a shadow wizard in the hinterlands, every time I fight them now, it's just like... Tony should be okay. Hopefully. He did use a potion. I'm hoping Tony's okay so these mobs don't run back. Because I don't know if I'd be okay after that. Hopefully the charts respawn. Like maybe on the boat. Somewhere. No Dizzy's eye yet either. I know the orders were up at the other camp. But generally they respawn pretty much immediately, so I'm wondering if now both of them are going to be over here. Go take them out, Tony. Yeah, man, you saw me casting. Come on. I was casting like an 8-second cast. You saw me casting. What are you doing? He's crazy. Tony, run. You don't have Vanish. Got away. Hopefully. What the fuck? He just sprinted in there. What is he doing? Man, this is really awkward that Roots didn't break. The one time Roots doesn't break is the time I'm like, man, I wish Roots broke. But Roots doesn't break when I want it to, but then it spends the whole day just like, you know, break, break, break. Ugh. Definitely a world buff going out now because people are shouting in Booty Bay. Once again, don't care about world buffs. They're illegal. Literally not allowed them. Like, I think I've had about a 5-minute uptime on world buffs across all 8 of these characters. Nice stun. I think part of that 5-minute uptime was me explaining that I wasn't going to use world buffs when I first got one. Hoping the chart would spawn, yeah. I'm thinking both of them are going to be in the camp. You know, where Tony almost met his end right now. So if he goes and clears that, then, well, chart. Maybe? I don't know. Probably looking at me like, is this guy gonna steal my chance? No, I don't want them. I just want to be able to do what I do and kill what I kill. Tony, you can have them. Yeah. Bonk. Carried the bonk. But he definitely picked something up from the last place, so... Look, this guy. He's like, oh, I see though. Now that guy did not care about Tony clearing stuff. He was like, oh, these are mine? Yoink. Alright, here's the orders. Nice. Holy shit. That is so lucky. Both. So they looted both of them from over there. One respawned in the boat as well. That was so lucky. Wow. I think that's the luckiest anyone's ever been in World of Warcraft. Basically because there was another spawn. Like, not only 2 spawns in the same place, but 3. I still need Dizzy's Eye. I still need 2 Snuff, but we actually completed that quest. That's crazy. That's what I was hoping. Because I knew they could spawn in the boat, but... You know. They weren't. Alright, house. I agree, mate. Make your noise. That was nuts. So lucky. Take it. Luck is a skill, I've always said. Like, whenever my friends are complaining about how lucky I am, I just say luck is a skill. Just, you know, improve your skill at luck. I feel like that would have been one of those situations. Even though it's RNG, isn't it? Luck is pretty much RNG. I wouldn't say I was born with luck though. I just feel much more lucky now than I did throughout like the first 20 years of my life. So it must be a skill because it's developed over time. Or maybe there's some higher power at work, who knows? I did pray when I was farming Breath of Wind and one dropped right after. That was... You never know. Now it was more like a beak though. 40,000 experience to go. I don't think we hit 42 today, but I feel like we'll be really close. Unless we get quite lucky with the singing blue crystals if we get there. Still can't believe how lucky we were just in there. That's crazy. I wonder if anyone has gone past me while I'm leveling as a boomkin and been like, whoa, a boomkin. Because that's what I do. When I see a boomkin out in the wild leveling in Classic WoW, I'm like, holy shit, there's a boomkin. Because you don't see it a lot. Especially in hardcore, like who the fuck would level this in hardcore? This is dog shit. Kinda idiot. Would level a boomkin in hardcore WoW. I mean, it's been pretty good after 40 though. 40 boomkin. Feels really good. Don't want to kill it? Okay. I'll kill it then. Got on my horse right away. There's still the same issues that it's always had, mana, etc. And right now I can't cast, right? Yeah, they are called Oomkin. When it comes to raiding especially, you just don't have enough mana to like keep up with the damage. So you can do alright damage. It's good at damage. But the mana is an issue. I do have a 6-minute cooldown spell called Innovate, which can give me mana back. Probably gives me about my whole mana bar over the 20 seconds that it's on. But it's a 6-minute cooldown, so not really something that you can rely upon. But I'd much rather be a warrior. I mean, they can just slice people. Don't need to worry about anything. But the other casters in vanilla WoW have some passive regen that's generally pretty good. Like mages have, you know, evocation, which is also a long cooldown, but mana gem, stuff like that. There still is. It's still available. It's just that no one's playing it. Season of Discovery. It's like a classic, just with different mechanics and stuff. Boomkin was one of the best classes because they fixed it so good and made it so it didn't have any problems. So it had pretty much full mana the whole time. It was just blasting, crit in every attack. Really fun to play. So it's easy to fix this class, but it's also easy to over-fix it, which is what Season of Discovery did. Give them one too many tools and suddenly they're overpowered, you know? That's why most people are fine with balance being the way it is. Not even gonna go Moonkin form for this. If only I could like ride my mount as a Moonkin, that would be way cool. I have frickin' Dizzy's Eye now, like this is the longest I've had to go without Dizzy's Eye. But I've always been interested in playing Balanced Druid. I plan on leveling one in Legion Remix, which is just like a retail version of the Legion expansion with some extra bells and whistles to make it more fun. Because I want to level one to max, so I have a Boomkin to play eventually. In retail, I think. I've always been interested, but it's never really been a class that I've tried, or a spec that I've tried. I've leveled multiple druids throughout WoW's history, but usually I'm just like, eh. I have a druid called Grizzly Hills. Grizzly Hills is a zone in World of Warcraft. Basically got beers and shit. I mean, it's Grizzly Hills. It's advertised on the tin, isn't it? This guy is running towards me with mom. I was thinking about healing him there for a moment, but then I was like, keep running. I didn't want to get his aggro. So I was leaving it as late as I could, you know. If he had died at my feet, well, that's him. Like, I'm not the one dying. I'm not gonna put my character at risk for someone else. Selfish, I know, but this is hardcore. I will save people. I have saved people. But it has to be with guarantee that I will also live. So I'm not, you know, gonna heal someone who's been chased down by multiple mobs. If I'm fighting something. If I wasn't fighting, sure, I'd heal him immediately. But that's hardcore, isn't it? We can only save those that are savable. Some of them, not so much. Where the hell is this eyeball? I don't even, like, get an item from it. An agility cape. We're not going to have that. Although I think it would look cool on Friend. Eh, it's not bad. Not that Friend looks cool anyway. I don't like her gear right now. It's a bit shit. Not TBC levels of shit, but it's getting there. Fly, Boomkin, fly. But they're mostly called Oomkin in vanilla, you're right. Just because of the mana issues. But after that, they're always called Boomkin because they don't have mana issues after vanilla. And they do... There's some expansions where balanced Druid is not balanced. Like, they're very not balanced. You'll hear. Like, they will just one-shot people for no reason. Finally. I played Arena, I think it was Mr. Pandaria, like season 1. And I was in an arena. Probably one of my first arena matches of the season. And a balanced Druid cast something on me. And I went down to like 10% health. And I was like, holy shit, this guy isn't even geared. Like, that was early season, you know? People weren't even geared. To be fair, I didn't have that much resilience either, but... Yeah, there have been times throughout history of WoW where balanced Druid is very not balanced. And that's where the Boomkin comes in. $18.88.80. Could be 81. Been so close. We got 1, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 6, I think. Trying to remember, but yeah, we've had so many close encounters of synchronized numbers, and they just not completely do. In these mobs. Get them out of here. What level skinning are we? 243. We're also 243 herping, so that's cool. You don't generally look at your skills and see that they're the same level. We are going to get 2 gorilla. They like to pull... They have like a bigger social aggro radius, these mobs. So sometimes you pull 1 and you get 2. The way it is. With this specific mob. But it's fine. We need to kill a lot of gorillas anyway. Especially if they don't drop their giblets. This quest is only worth 800 experience though. We get 825 experience for this quest. Usually they're worth like 3k, you know? 3, 4k. But then there's a bunch of quests after it. So it makes up for it, but it's kind of weird that this one is only worth 800. Listed. Thanks, mate. I'll buff you in a moment. Gotta wait till I'm out of combat. Because I can't market a wild in frickin' boomkin form. So I can't buff people while I'm fighting. It's also another reason why I can't heal someone while I'm fighting, because then I have to drop boomkin form. It's like, ugh, it's not worth. Give me a giblet, please. Where the frick the giblets at? Yeah, Shadow Priest is pretty strong. Glenn Fifth Auto. I just realized his name was. Maybe his name's Glenn and he likes to steal cars. I'm on to you, Glenn. I feel like there's a few people where I live that would love to steal cars. It's just the type of people. Like if they had an opportunity, they might do it, you know. To be fair though, the rush would be kind of fun. Like I'm probably not gonna ever steal a car. I've never stolen anything in my life. Other than accidentally stealing some like library books from school or something. Just like forgetting about them, you know? But I feel like you'd get a certain rush from stealing a car, you know? I mean, what's the... I can't remember the name of the movie. You know, the guy, Vin Diesel's in them. I don't remember what they're called. My brain just can't. Because I'm thinking Need for Speed, but that's not true. That's the video game versions. Frick. Ah, I'm just blanked. How can I blank out a whole, like, series of movies? I know who played in them. Or who starred in them, stuff like that, but no. It's gone. Fast and the Furious. Slow and calm. Fast and the Furious. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. the longest I've ever blanked on anything. Shit, getting dementia. The slow and the calm, imagine. But I feel like if they made movies out of those, it's probably because a lot of people have thought about it. Like that director that day was just like, it would be fun to steal a car though, wouldn't it? Aerial lever braces. A lot of agility. Might be worth having a look at on my rogue. I have gotten 0 giblets so far. This quest has not been very fast or furious. For whatever reason, Need for Speed was just like, it's me, Need for Speed. And I'm like, no, fuck off. You're a video game. Like, he wanted to be the main character. I did love Need for Speed though. I played the hell out of Need for Speed. Especially the good ones. Underground. Underground 2. Nom nom nom. I had a uncle around the time Need for Speed Underground was popping off. Most Wanted I've definitely played. But when Need for Speed Underground was popping off, actually not an uncle, he's a cousin, he's just old as fuck, so I think of him as an uncle, he's like 50. But he had NOS in his car. You know, he was one of those cool guy, boy racer, small penis, you know, stuff like that. That's what I think of him now. When I hear someone drive past really fast, I'm like, small penis. But he had NOS in his car. Never used it because that's illegal. But he did have it. So I could see a lot of boy racers back then probably doing that. There's some guys that hoon down the street that I'm living at now, and sometimes I'm outside and I'm just like, small penis. It's because they're like the main character, you know? They feel like they need to be the loudest and most heard. Where the fuck are the giblets? I've noticed a trend recently as well. Probably because I've been going out more. But there are people, you know how you walk around and you have your earbuds in, whatever. You listen to music. There are people that just listen to music out loud. Like they're walking down the street and they just listen to music and everyone else can hear it. It's like, man, this person must be the main character. Because otherwise, why would I be hearing their music? It's so annoying, though. Especially when they got a bad taste in music. I don't want to hear it. It's a little pet peeve of mine to have to hear people's phone calls or music or stuff like that when they can literally make it so I don't have to. Finally, a giblet. Like, I hate when people are talking on speakerphone. Annoying. Like, if you're talking on speakerphone and no one's around, yeah, that's fine. But if you're talking on speakerphone and it's public, please stop. I don't even talk on speakerphone when I'm, like, in my house alone. Most of the time. Unless I'm doing something else. But there's been a lot of people that I've walked past and they're just blaring music. I was talking to someone out front of my house when I lived at the last place. And some guy just walked through the middle of us, blaring his music. And I'm like, this must be the main character of the town. Like... Asshole. Like, we're having a conversation, he just walks right through the middle with music playing. Fucking no manners at all, man. Crazy. Generally, if I see people standing there talking, I'll like go around them, or they'll move apart and I'll go through them. Depends on their body language, you know. But that guy just didn't give a fuck. He was just out for a walk with his music blasting. This is the main character. I've found him. There ain't no way I'm gonna compete with that. But I'm very, like, kind of a reserved person when it comes to, like, making noise and shit like that. So whenever I'm inconveniencing someone else, I'm like, ugh. But it seems like other people don't actually have that. They don't care. Well, we've gotten 3 out of 5 giblets while complaining about main characters. I don't have any other main character stories though right now. Just the regulars, you know, the Karens, the Kens. Everyone's got a story of one of those. Yeah, I feel like my state of being is normal, you know? Like, I'm just a normal dude. I don't want to inconvenience people. Try to be kind to people and good to people all the time because there's no reason not to. Everyone's going through their own shit. You don't need to be an asshole just because you're having a bad day. But I don't think most people are like that anymore. I think normal has gone out the window and people are just assholes now. Kind of sad. It's so, you know, I don't know if you've ever read the Bible, but you know, when God floods the earth, and sometimes I'm talking to my friends about people, and I'm just like, maybe we need another one. Just as a little joke, but sometimes I think about it and I'm like, could use one of those. There's just a lot of times you look at what's happening in the world and you're just like, I don't know if I want to be a part of this society. It's fucked up. I like life, I like living, I like people, but man, there's some weirdos we gotta share the earth with. Especially as I get older. I was like, ugh. I'm gonna be one of those old men that's like, get off my lawn, you damn kids. Because I already am a little bit. If there's like people hanging around my house, I'm just like, what are they doing? Gonna steal some stuff. Watch through the curtain. But it's interesting. Times. There's that saying, you know, may you live in interesting times, but I feel like it is now is like, can I stop living in interesting times? Because I feel like the times we're living in are too interesting. There's too much bullshit happening. There's definitely a strange era. But I feel like probably everyone that's ever lived has probably thought that. So I'm not going to say we're special in any way, but feels crazy. I think just because the technology advancements and everything that we've had.
Safe travels. See you around.
You know, the last like 30 years technology has come so far. So everything is so in your face. Back when I was growing up, I was like 10 years old and I didn't have internet and I didn't really watch TV. So, you know, you'd watch the news from time to time, but you'd only get news about your own country. Now with the internet and everything, you hear everything about everything. It's like, holy shit, what the fuck is going on? Slow down. Like, there's no rest. A little bit overwhelming.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
That's why I think social media is a bit crazy and why people should probably log off. Go outside. Going outside is actually such a good reprieve from social media and the online culture. Now, as someone who played World of Warcraft too much throughout their life, I didn't always think so. Rid of this world, bro. I don't need that bullshit. But I appreciate nature a lot more now. I love going outside.
Talk to me. Be good. Off with you.
Walking through like the park or something and just being like, oh, look at all these flowers, they're beautiful.
Be careful.
Back when I was a teenager, I was like, I need to get home and play World of Warcraft. That's all I want. Nice change of pace, growing old, honestly. Like, I appreciate things a lot more when it comes to life in general. How much money do we need for training? It's only like 3 gold, right? Let's see Lena 10 gold then. $11 even. Alright, singing blue crystals. Should we do it? Huh. That is gonna be about 8,000 experience. We got a little bit here. I think singing blue crystals we do. Damn, I don't know sprint. And that should get us, hopefully, to about where we need to get to just hand in the quest and then hit 42, and then I'd be pretty happy with that. 2 levels today. It's pretty crazy considering I didn't really focus on WoW too much. We were talking about everything. Talked about life, Final Fantasy, WoW a little bit. It's just kind of, it feels like it's been a slow day, but it's also flown by. It's kind of weird. You get days like that. Plus we can utilize a little bit of this fortitude. Maybe also while I'm going up here we can do Panther Mastery. Got the Reptile Mastery as well, I didn't even notice. Oh, we got more quests than I thought. Shit. Maybe I should just do Raptor and Panther Mastery and then... I could also do the Elite Crocodile. That should be quite easy. I feel like that's 10,000 experience, more or less. After that, we can probably go hand in and hit 42. That would make these quests much safer. I've also got to go to Westfall and pick up Wheat Amber. There's just so much to do in this game. Every time you're like, alright, I gotta go do this, and you gotta do something else, it's like, I'm all over the place. Mempha with tooth. But I'd say we probably go to 42 today, might as well. I don't really have anything on this afternoon other than a little bit of sorting out stuff for the weekend. My email real quick though. No emails. Any panthers around here? Yes. I guess we could kill panthers up to the reptiles. There are a lot of panthers around here. Don't want tigress. Seems to be the only thing that's spawned right now, so sucks. A lot of gold fawn up at Bangladesh. I kind of wonder about Bangladesh on the Druid because technically we can stun if we go bear form, but I'm not going to do that because that's a DPS loss. But I'm wondering if hibernate. If I was to hibernate Bangladesh at like 51% and then blast through the 50%, I wonder if it would count as a stun. Because it feels like it should. You know, you put the mob to sleep, you stun it. It's the same thing, right? When I'm asleep, I'm feeling pretty stunned. Like, I'm not sure. Not sure if it's the absolute same thing. Also, my grandma just sent me a message. I'll reply to that after stream. Not like super important message, just update on life, you know. Telling me about the old farts having operations and stuff like that. It's funny because sometimes my grandma will bring up someone that I don't remember in my life. Like, you know, a random uncle or auntie, and I'm just like, who was that? I don't even I don't even know who that is. Because, you know, her brothers and sisters, I've only met a few of them. I mean, there's only a few of them left, to be fair, but they are in their 80s and stuff. 80s, 90s. I think one of them's like 90 this year, maybe. So sometimes she'll just bring someone up and I'm like, who is that? Because I may have met them ages ago when I was born or something, but I don't remember them. And I wasn't living in New Zealand for half of my life either, so... You know, you kinda... I didn't see my cousin, like, I was close to a cousin while growing up, and I didn't see him until this year. Since probably about high school time. Sometime after high school, maybe. Because he never went over to Australia and I never really came back to New Zealand after going to Australia, so that's how it is, right? But we caught up a little bit this year when he was down here. He lives a bit further north now. It was cool. It's like, wow, it's someone that I once knew and don't really know anymore, but nice to see you. Stuff like that, you know? Because we were born only 2 days apart. I was born first though, so I'm much cooler, you know, I'm older. So we pretty much grew up together. Different paths in life, obviously, as everyone does, but it was nice having someone that you could grow up with in like those formative years when you're a young lad. Because even with like a sibling, you know, you're years apart generally, unless your parents are just on it all the time, maybe 9 months, but that's still nearly a year, isn't it? So a sibling younger than me is like 3 years younger. So that's quite a distance. So having someone who was literally 2 days younger than you that you could basically grow up with because, you know, they're your cousin. Pretty nice, must say. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. He didn't spend half his life playing World of Warcraft though. Loser. I always wonder how different life would be if I didn't start playing World of Warcraft. I think I would have done much better in high school. That's for sure. But I don't know if I would have been someone who could socialize as good. Like, I'm pretty good at socializing now. I'm pretty confident, you know, I can talk to basically anyone. Doesn't matter if they're like the most attractive person in the world or whatever. But I feel like without WoW, I wouldn't have really been that social. Because I wasn't ever that social in school. You know, there were people that wanted to talk to me in school, and I was just like shy, reserved kind of guy. So I think WoW definitely made me more of a social person. But other than that, I don't know if it really helped. Because I would get on Ventrilo back in vanilla WoW days, and I would just talk to people like it was nothing. But then when I'd go to school, it'd be like, I don't want to talk because I'm scared. Something like that. The online part of it definitely made it easier. Like, you know, you're not face to face with a person. That's like the biggest thing that WoW did for me. Made me kind of get over that fear of talking to people face to face. But I would have done better in high school if I didn't start playing WoW when it first came out, because the first year of World of Warcraft coming out was the first year I had exams. And it came out basically around the time the exams were being done. And I'm like, shit. I gotta play this video game, but I've also got to study. So which one did I prioritize? The video game, obviously. Duh, like easy. Which one's more fun? The video game? Well, there you go. I've always prioritized fun in my life. I don't... Like, obviously there's things that could be way more helpful than being fun, but fun has always been the priority in my life. 100% of the time. Doesn't matter what it's about. Fun is where I go. Because if life isn't fun, then why bother? Just how I feel about it. Obviously, there is a time of sacrifice that needs to be done so you can have a better life later. That's just working, right? Work is like sacrifice now to have a better life and a more fun life. But I didn't think like that when I was a teenager. Sacrifice for me was like I wouldn't have fun if I was sacrificing. But that's why I decided to also become my own boss, so I could sacrifice while having fun. If you do something for work that is enjoyable, then it doesn't really feel like work. Most of the time. It obviously still is, so sometimes it still feels like it. But I can also say no to something when I'm my boss. Like, oh, there's a project I don't want to do? Nah. Like, I've done that before. Someone comes to me. I don't know why I came out of Moonkin. It's like trying to find my roots button and I press that one. But someone comes to me with a project they want done, and I'm just like, I don't think I want to do that one. Too much. That's how it goes. Because I'm not someone that cares about money a whole lot. Like, obviously you need it. It's good to have. But I'm not gonna, like, sell out for money. Like, if I was an attractive lady, I couldn't make an OnlyFans, you know? Because I have morals. A lot of them are doing that these days. And I understand why. Because the job market's fucked and sex sells. Let's be real. Very lucrative business. So I don't hold it against any of them. I just don't think I could either if I was in that position. Although, you know, I've thought about it. You'd only need like one good year on there to have a good life. So if anyone's capable, well, go at it, you know? Why not? But I also find it weird that people pay for, you know, that when you can literally open a page on the internet free. I guess in some countries you can open a page on the internet. You can't do that in Britain anymore, can you? They got the... You have to like give them your ID or something to be able to use certain websites. I think YouTube is rolling out that now as well. I feel like if YouTube ever asks me for my ID, I'm probably gonna stop making videos on YouTube. Same with Twitch. Twitch already know enough because they pay me. They don't need my ID on top of that. I might have given them my ID at some point, I'm not sure. But if YouTube was ever like, we want to make sure you're 18, I'm going to be like, nah, get fucked. Obviously, I'm over 18. There's literal videos of me and I have facial hair. Now, if I shave, then sure, there may be ambiguous because I do look like a 15-year-old sometimes without facial. I can understand. At least the last time I didn't have facial hair, I looked like I was 15. Like, I still have a driver's license from when I was 15. That's when I first got my driver's license. I still have that one. Just so I can remember it, you know. Be like, oh yeah, this is when I first got my driver's license, that's pretty cool. And last time I shaved, I looked exactly the same. I haven't shaved ever again since then, because I don't like it. I don't want to look like I was 15. I was about 28, I want to say, when I last shaved. Maybe 30? Not sure. Didn't like it. Now, if I ever have to shave for various reasons, like, you know, maybe I get a day job and they're like, you're gonna have to shave, I'll be like, rough. maybe I'll have to deal with it. But we'll see. I mean, I'm in a good enough position with my life where I wouldn't have to if I didn't want to, but I do like doing, which is why I'm looking for a potential day job, as I like to call it. Currently streaming is my day hobby, which is, you know, you put enough work in to call it a job. I mean, I've made money from it, which means it's a job, right? For me, a job is something you make money from. That's the definition. I've made money from streaming. It's a job. Especially with the amount of time and effort that goes into it. If I combine streaming with YouTube, they sometimes feel like more work than my actual job. It's a lot of hours to sift through content, you know, especially when you're editing videos. I might stream up to like 25 hours a week sometimes. Maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less. It's generally about 20 to 25 hours. And then I've got to edit that, right? So I've got to watch through it, make sure I've got the good parts of the videos so I can make them into a video. That's going to be another many hours. I watch through it faster than I, you know, record it and stuff like that. Because I've already done it, so I already know where the good parts are, generally. But that's a lot of work. That's probably like 40 hours a week. Just with streaming and making videos. 40-hour work week is already a work week, right? So then you got real work on top. So, Jesus. And now this man wants a third job? He's crazy. I just like stuff to do, honestly. Sometimes I don't feel very productive when I'm just got a bunch of hours to play Warhammer. Like, most of my free time has been spent playing Warhammer recently, and I'm just like, I got too much free time then, because I've played too much of this game.
What's on your mind? Be good.
Light be with you. Be careful for the Alliance.
Alright, we could go do Bagfira now.
I buy and
Do know where she is, as long as no one just there and killed her within the last 2 minutes.
light bless you.
I think Bagfira should be pretty easy. We can get Bagfira done, we can do the Elite Crocodile. And we're pretty much set. 42 should be just around the corner. But yeah, life is a funny thing, because, you know, when you're young and you don't really have anything going for you, you don't have to pay your taxes, you don't have any bills like that. Your parents paying for everything, like your school and all that stuff. You feel like you've got so much free time that you fill it with one thing, like playing World of Warcraft, and you're happy. But then, I guess, as I'm getting older, I feel like I have free time that I want to fill with activities, not just video games. It's weird. I can see why people like get a job that they're basically married to because they want to feel busy all the time, you know? I don't think I ever would want that for myself because I still do like my free time, but I like being able to fill it with various activities, not just playing one video game. It's an interesting thing to think about though. Life. It's weird. That's a slogan. Slogan for life. It's weird. Things will happen, or they won't. Here's what it is. Right. Bag Fearer. Don't think there's any... There is a pink. Yeah. And it doesn't matter. If we aggro it, I'll just put it to sleep. Already resisted my Starfire. Rude. Oh no, it did hit, it just didn't do that much damage. I mean, it is an elite, right? Big Pharaoh got a bit of health. Do we need Innovate? I guess I'll use it. There he is. Like I said, just put him to sleep. I'm lagging? This isn't. This is not what I want. Why? Today has been very laggy. That's the third time today that I've had a random lag. Lagging while fighting an elite is not exactly a good feel. I think I just loot Magfira and run away because I don't have mana now. After that lag spike, I had to do an actual heal. Might be my internet, who knows, but the fact that it's happened 3 times randomly today is ooh. Not liking it. Not one bit. Now we'll go do the elite crocodile as well. Don't have innovate, but we do have mana potion. Fine. Hopefully I don't lag again. Lagging out while fighting an elite, it's like, game, please. Not what you want, you know? Now I'm pretty sure Samantha doesn't attack Alliance players, but I'm always a bit scared whenever I go past her. I noticed there were a few people that killed Samantha on the way into STV a few weeks ago. They were PvP flagged, and I'm just like, you guys are insane. There could be a level 60 around here at some point that's just like having a bad day, and he's like, fuck these guys. Because they had a bad day. That's why I stopped PvPing in Classic when it first released. Like I did the, you know, when before Battlegrounds were released, you run around, kill some dudes, get some honor. But I stopped killing anyone that was lower than, you know, maybe level 55. Because I was level 60, obviously. I was playing all the time. Stopped killing anyone lower than 55, and anyone lower than 60 I only killed maybe once. Because I thought about it and I was like, there's some dad boomers that probably got home from work and they can only play with like 1 hour a day because they got their 10 wives and 50 kids or whatever. 200 jobs. And I was like, I don't really want to waste those people's time, so yeah, I stopped being a little menace when it come to that sort of thing. No elite crocodile here. Gotta find one. Any crocodile big boys? Big crocodile boys? Has to be one somewhere, surely. Why are they all normal crocodiles? Where's the big mama crocodiles today? Come on, man. Here we go. Right up in Grim Goal. Alright, let's give it to him. As I said, I probably need a mana potion during this, but that's fine. Maybe not, if we get some crits. Damn, those roots holding. And then I rerouted and it's gone. And no mana potion needed. Easiest kill of our lives. Alright, back to camp. I won't do Reptar Mastery for Tethys just yet because she is a little bit higher than me. But once again, I think Tethys will be just as easy as that. Druid is actually really good against elite mobs. If you can root them. Or sleep them. I know some people do the Devil Saws on the Druid, just with Starfire and Hibernate. I mean, it's pretty good against elite mobs. If I need to farm some Devil Saws on Friend, the opportunity is there. I don't even know if I'll do tribal level working now though, because I saw what it requires, and I'm like, ooh, that's a lot. So as much as I'd love to make Devil Saw,
What can I do for you?
not to mention I can't get a Salt Shaker because I don't have an engineer, so it's actually impossible. Don't need these paints. As good as the stand would be. Let's run out and fly back down to Buda Bay. Hand in Excelsior, and then we'll head to a Raffi. Or will we? Gonna be a long flight. Maybe we head down to Shimmer Flats, Naris first, to hand in these quests, and then Herf the Stormwind, and then go to a Raffi. I think that might be the most efficient way of doing all this traveling right now. But today's been a really good day of leveling the Druid. I think probably one of the best days of leveling the Druid. Which is good, because usually I go to Badlands, I'm like, it's not the most boring zone, but it's definitely up there. Deadwind Pass is the most boring one. Followed by Desolus. DDB. It's my 3 most boring zones. Like, Deadwind Pass is cool, just because Karazhan's in there, but there's nothing to do. So it's boring. I should figure out how to make a mod for Dying Light. I want to play Dying Light again, right? It was such an amazing game to play. I loved the gameplay. The story was dog, but it's okay, because we had played Baldur's Gate, Mass Effect, and Ori. I don't know if we played Ori before Dying Light. Might have been after, yeah. I think it was after. So we played some good stories. Even though Mass Effect and Baldur's Gate both have the same problem, like, the end of the game is a little bit eh. When you play through a game like that and then the story ends in a shit way. You know, this is what this. But Dying Light, the story was very hit or miss. There were some good moments, but most of it was just like, whatever. You see it coming, it's a predictable zombie story, right? Apart from at the end. That wasn't predictable. Should have seen it coming though. But yeah, it was just a fun game, and I want to mod it so it's always nighttime. Because then it's not called Dying Light, it's just called Dying. Like, you'd be dying a lot. I think it'd be so fun to play, though. Like, scary, but you'd probably get used to it, because, I mean, it's always nighttime. You don't know anything else. Maybe I could mod it to where there's less volatiles in the world. Like, they still exist all the time, but there's less of them because it's always nighttime. I think that would be something I'd have to think about. Rebalance it.
Hey there. See
But because of it always being night, you'd be getting more experience and stuff like that as well. You get like double experience or something at nighttime. So, yeah, I just think the start would be very difficult. Because you're really bad at fighting. You know, you got those wood pipes just trying to kill a volatile like that. That shit ain't gonna happen. I wonder how, like, I feel like Haran would be fine. But then outside in the farms, I wonder how the following DLC would actually play night only. Because you make a lot of noise when you're driving around in the buggy, obviously. But yeah, Dying Light is definitely a game I want to revisit. Night only. Any noise is just like, well, you're fucked now. So, it's gonna be like more stealthy. Because when you're running around, once I got used to the zombies in that game, when you're running around in the daytime, you run past a zombie, you make a little bit of noise, you kill like a viral, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But if it was always nighttime, you make noise, well, you're gonna get shit on. Not to mention the night walkers. Gotta be on the lookout for them. So I think it'd be really fun. Really challenging, really scary. Shit myself at least once. But a good challenge no matter what. Hunting girl has reached level 60. I wonder if they're a hunter. Who knows? No boat? Good. We are gonna go over to Ratchet and then fly down to Tanaris.
Yo! Be good. Keep it real.
Keep it real. Keep it real. 886 armor. 4,000 experience to go. Not sure what quest will level us, but we definitely will level by the time we're done today. And then I most likely should be back tomorrow. And we'll see about trying for 43. We've got some quests that we'll be able to do, like these two here. Maybe go back to the Badlands and finish off what we didn't there. But we need to hit 43 before we start thinking about things like Foralis and Daenerys, you know. So we are hitting that point where we might need to grind a level on the Druid. And it's gonna suck because I don't have the rest of the experience I had on the Warrior. Bella. And got the Scarlet. He's done a lot of Scarlet Monastery. He's got the pants, he's got the shoulders, he's got the tabard. I think this is the Ice Metal Barbecue. It looks like it at least. I don't know what it's called, but when I read it, it looks like barbecue, so I just call it that. But yeah, if we have to grind a level with your friend, it's gonna be a bit boring with no rest of experience. That's okay. Might go put the VOD that I was meant to put up yesterday up now while on this boat. There's a day late and $1 short. That's 12, 13. Going into a boomkin. Like, what the fuck? That's a boomkin. Bird on a boat. Funny talking about Dying Light because every now and then I'll log into my VOD channel, obviously. And some of the Dying Light VODs are being watched. Like they'll have 5 views or something in the last 2 days. Like, damn. People like that game. Are these guys wearing the same items? Like, vanquish a sword and an axe. Vanquish a sword and an axe. I don't think it's the same axe, but that is interesting. I ain't no fake moonkin either. I'm actually living as a moonkin. Now there's all those boomkins out there that pretend. There was one guy that hit level 60 and he posted on Reddit, I'm a level 60 moonkin. And then he said in the comments he leveled as feral. He just wasted everyone's time. If I get to 60, I've actually done it. I think I can get out a video next week for Francie, but I'm not sure if I want to. Because Friend, well, you know, maybe we hit 43 tomorrow, maybe we don't. But I think she's definitely going to take over a week more. Still got one character after Friend this league at a medley before we spin the wheel again, so Kind of getting like that. It's a bit crazy now. So Fran's going to be 2 levels behind Alia at about the same time. Because we probably won't level within 2 hours. But that's mostly down to drinking, I would say. We have to sit around drinking so much. The priest never really had to.
Hurry back!
Like, once we got Shadow Form, we have to do it a little bit more. It's a little bit less efficient in mana. But it's so good until level 40 with just the wand speed. Just blast your wand. I think once we get wand speak again, and Shadow Form on top, be pretty good. I'ma like it. I went to yawn and a little burp came in. But I thought it was just a yawn. Sometimes the body does that. It's in a weird place, isn't it? Human body. More human than human. You know, back when I first heard that song, I like Rob Zombie. Got some good bangers. But the first time I ever heard More Human Than Human, I thought the words were, Mons, you're the man, 'cause you're the man. I don't know why. But that's what I heard. I was like, who's Mons? And he's the man because he's the man? I never knew the name of the song back when I first heard it, because I first heard it in a WoW PvP video, obviously. Back in those days, you know, that's where I got most of the song recommendations, because it was like, you know, Nightwish, Camelot, that stuff, Rob Zombie, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, it was good. But I never knew the name of the song. I'd just hear it in the PvP video, and then I'd play the PvP video to listen to the music. Now, what some people did when they made WoW PvP videos was also name the song when it starts playing so people would know. I appreciate those content creators. There were a lot of people who just played the song without mentioning what it was called. Yeah, More Human Than Humane was Mons, you're the man, 'cause you're the man. It sounds like so much more than More Human Than Human too. But it fit. If you're not sure why, go listen to it and then pretend that you don't know the words, and you'll be like, ah, yeah, I can see why that. There's been a lot of songs throughout the time that I've listened to, and sometimes you just hear them and you make up your own lyrics because you're not 100% sure of the lyrics. I feel like if I was a songwriter and singer, people would probably do that for me because the New Zealand accent, it's pretty diabolical, let's be real. A lot of people can't fucking understand what I'm saying most of the time. Like, I know that. That's why I think I could never, like, pop off as a real humongous content creator, because, you know, people like Quinn, New Zealand content creator, I feel like most of the people watch Quinn's stuff just so they can shit on him. You know, people could shit on me, but like I'm not gonna get triggered by it like he does. I've had people come here try to trigger me, but it's like, nah, like I don't care enough about what you're saying to be triggered.
Keep it real. Glad I could help.
It's gonna take a lot to get to me. I grew up with the internet. Not obviously the first like 13 years of my life I didn't have the internet. But I grew up with the internet. I've been raiding in World of Warcraft for many years. I grew a thick skin. You know? People get demoralized these days because they get rejected from all the jobs that they apply to because the job market is fucked. Try getting rejected from a WoW guild just because of like your numbers weren't high enough. It's pretty much the same, but I've dealt with that for over 20 years, you know. Now I haven't been rejected from many WoW guilds. I think there's only maybe 2 or 3 WoW guilds that I've actually not had an application go through, and it's either because they didn't need my class or spec, or because my numbers weren't high enough. The one guild that rejected me because my numbers weren't high enough rejected me purely because they looked at the numbers and they weren't high enough. They didn't really do any research into why.
Greetings.
They didn't look at my gear or anything. They're just like, no,
Very good.
not high enough. But it's funny because I have a friend who was in that guild, and he says the same. Like, yeah, this is how they are. Like, I've been out to dinner with someone who was in that guild, right?
Time is money, friend. Hurry back.
What's up? Have a good one.
But that's his guild. He likes them. He hangs out with them. He plays games with them. It's fine. I don't hold anything against the guild. I just think that their way of recruiting people was a bit silly when you just look at one thing but you don't actually look deep into it. Because whenever I was leading a guild or recruiting for a raid, I would always look at the specifics of why someone's DPS was this or that, you know. What do you mean invalid target? Loot. We're about to level. Nice. Because I don't really care if someone's like a 99 passer.
Talk to me.
I want them to be consistent
Keep it real.
when it comes to playing video games. That's what I recruited for. I don't really care if someone's doing like 99 and then a bunch of 20s. You know? But if they're doing consistent 50s, I feel like that's better. I'm gonna be honest. They can consistently perform, do the mechanics, and they're a good person, that's what I care for. I don't I've had to deal with a lot of egotistical assholes that pump. And it's never good, honestly. Troll priest, they got that little lightning shield thing when they're a troll. Pretty cool. The racial. We are now 42, which means we can get a new Starfire, which means Starfire might do over 700 damage now. When it crits. But that's awesome, I like that. 700 damage, Starfires, that sounds like fun. Basically like Grocket's Fireball, just without Ignite, you know? I am a big crit enjoyer. Go hand in this quest and then Hurf. Get our training in Stormwind. Fly up to a Raffi. Finish that quest and then probably log out. I might head back to the Badlands tomorrow to try and do that when we start, but other than that, we're probably going back to the bottom of STV. Yeah, 40 to 42. Obviously we started about 5 or 6 bars from 41, so it's not a full 2 levels, but it's 2 levels. Like, I take it. Now we just need 2 more points and improve Starfire. And then we can start heading down the resto tree, get improved mark. Probably Nature's Focus after that, honestly. I don't find myself using Healing Touch enough. Who knows? Maybe Healing Touch. And then Reflection, Insect Swarm, and then whatever's left can just go wherever we feel. I might pick up Screecher Spirits while I'm here. 'Cause I know I'm gonna do that quest.
Good day to you.
And I know I'm probably gonna do it before I come back here. Don't need that just. So I think if I go pick up Screecher Spirits, now I don't need to come back here for a bit until we actually. Say, where the fuck is the guy?
Hello, Mom. Later.
Thought I was going mad for a moment there. There must be a quest where he disappears. Okay. There's Staff of Jordan. May just be. We pick up In Search of the Temple as well. But I guess we can go back to Swamp Sorrows and finish off those quests too. It's probably after like these two. Maybe Anchorus Reed. Hopefully with all that we can hit 43. Then we can start Foralis proper. I love not Stormwind. I love Stormwind music, but also I love Tal'Drisol music. It's nostalgic for me because it's something that I had to hear a lot of when I first started. Oh, we've still got 10 gold. Starfire, rank 4. 90 extra top end damage. Fucking massive. And regrowth. I like my mana is double my health now. You know, there was a time where my health and mana were pretty even. And it wasn't good. Feeling a lot better now, I must say. Oh yeah, we're gonna go pick up this quest before we fly off. Like, I'll be coming back here at some point. I just want to make sure I have that quest. Yeah, we're going a little overtime today, as you can see, because I didn't stream yesterday. So I thought I'd just make sure I get as far as I can. But I should definitely be here tomorrow. Unless... Question. Like...
What's on your mind?
Not the sunken temple, I can tell you that much. Chrome Ring of Concentration, that'd be a great Moonkin item. $42. Balanced. Pretty cool. Like, I don't really like Druid in Classic WoW. Just as a class in general, honestly. So the fact that I'm playing a balanced Druid in Classic WoW is something I never thought would happen.
Well met.
I wouldn't say it's been a fun challenge because there's been a lot of times where I've absolutely hated the class spec. Like, I want it to end. I don't want to play anymore. But it's getting better, definitely. I don't know if that will continue the whole way to like 60. Like, maybe the last 10 levels are going to be an absolute shit show again. We'll find out, won't we? Maybe. Might die. Might die on the way to 48. We might not even complete this league. We'll see. Wow. Can hand in another silk turret. Well, if you like it. But yeah, we have driftwood. Bugs. Search. Down there. We have the rest of this, which turns into this, and then this, which turns into another quest. We've got a little bit there as well. Troll tusks and the goblins should be quite doable. Probably the snake people. I feel like with all of that, there's a pretty good chance we hit 43. Then we can head to Foralis. And maybe grind a level. From 43 to 44. It would at least make it safe. Continue. We might have to go to Searing Gorge at some point while playing Friend in Balmer this league. So we'll see. It's definitely coming up. Gonna be a little bit of Searing Gorging league at a Medley. So assuming all goes well, the next league, the first character will be going to level 50. And by all goes well, I mean Friend and Balmer actually hit 48 and 49. Then we'll just have 10 levels to go, other than the fact that we also have it times 7. So not really 10 levels to go, is it? 70 levels to go. plus. We got about 100 levels to go right now. Oh, crazy. We are over the halfway point though. With Frand being 42, Balmer 40, Lena 43. There are some characters still behind the halfway point, but we are over the halfway point of it. Because we have characters at 46, 47. It's been 8 months. I was assuming I'd be at the halfway point in 6 months, but no, it's been 8. Taking longer than I thought it would. Midnight might be out by the time I'm done. You know, there is a way to speed it up though. But I am enjoying keeping the characters alive. If I ever feel like I have to die to speed up the series, I would do it in a way that makes the best content. But there are also some really scary hard quests coming up in the near future. Like Foulwood has some quests that I'll probably try to do on all the characters, and I don't know if all the characters can do the quests, you know, stuff like that. We've got Plague Lanes coming. It's not going to be the easiest stuff going forward. I don't really need to try to kill the characters off because I think some of them will die just because. There'll be people out there that may roast me for letting a character die in hardcore, but I don't care. It's just part of the game. So this video that I put up on Tuesday, the algorithm hasn't picked it up yet. Funny, we get like a video that I put out, the algorithm doesn't even notice it. Yeah, I put out another video, it gets, you know, 400 views, easy. And then I put out a video and the algorithm doesn't notice it. I think it's just because no one's playing hardcore WoW. Basically, everyone's playing old school RuneScape and stuff like that. So there's no like content creators for hardcore WoW right now, other than us small ones. But because no one watches the small ones, no one gets any views. So the algorithm's just like, there's no one here. Kinda sad, but it's expected. I think when TBC comes out, obviously there'll be a little hardcore presence because the community will make it if Blizzard doesn't. And I'll like to get in on a little bit of that. But I'll probably only do one character in TBC hardcore. As long as it actually makes it to 70 or Outland. Because the early levels are going to be boring and easy. I mean, Ghostlands is kind of difficult. I want to do a Blood Elf. Ghostlands is difficult. There's a lot of elite quests. So I think that will still be fun. Drakan or whatever his name. Oh, he does kill people. Fosric. Sure about doing Fosric on the Druid. Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't think he's immune to nature. He shouldn't be. He's not immune to crippling poison, but he's also got 3 friends. So if I entangle him and then kill his friends, I think I'll have no mana and stuff after that. So yeah, I don't know about Fosric. Maybe we entangle him, kill his friends, and then disengage, reset, then kill Falsford. That might be the play. But I guess I'm not going to have the quest for it anyway because I didn't do the cave quest. Because I was just thinking about how annoying it would be. I think I have to have a shave this weekend. It's getting a bit itchy. It's generally when I shave when my beard starts tickling me. Like, well, shave it. Shave it, as Sylvanus would say. I think I will... Thinking about how I, like, where I want to be, where I end. Thinking about Moonglade portaling, but that's further than where I am right now. So I don't know about that. Look at him wave. Hey, hey, hey. Damn, what's going on over here? This is crazy. I get on the cannon. No. Someone fucked up their quest, I think. So I'm here to hand in the quest to kill these guys, but it looks like someone didn't do it right. So now they're just overrunning the game. I don't really want to fight them because there's a lot of them, you know? That's too much for me. Kind of sucks because I don't know how long it will take for this to reset. Kinda hope they like despawn and just go away very soon. This is the worst thing I've ever seen, actually. Like, I've never seen the camp so overrun. I don't see any dead bodies, so... Yeah. But this is one of the easiest quests in the game. Because you can stand beside this cannon and right click it, left click it even if you want. And it will just kill them. So yeah, it's... How despawning though? Once they go, hopefully the captain spawns, and then I can... I like how the lookout... I feel like he's a secret agent, you know? Lolo the lookout? Actually a snake man in disguise. My mates despawn. Despawn so the captain can respawn. Captain has respawned, but I don't want to accidentally aggro I actually landed that. But then I ran off because I was scared I didn't.
Greetings. See you around. For the Alliance. See you later.
Alright, I gotta go cat form. So I can get up here. I wonder if I blast the cannon, if these ones here die. I don't think so. I think they're just there now. They just live there. Yeah, this is all you have to do for this quest. But whenever I see an absolute mess like that, I'm just like, how did this happen? I can't kill them. Thankfully I'm a druid, so I can just sneak around it, but... Say if I was a warrior, man, that'd be a dangerous place to be right now. Dot dot dot. They're not despawning like the other ones did, which is a little bit concerning. Three, two, one, spawn. Oh, it's a little bit early. At least I didn't fire the cannon. 3, 2, 1, spawn. No? Maybe third time's the charm. Yeah, I think after this quest I'll fly over to maybe Meniful Harbour, then log out there for the day. Been a very productive day of WoW though. Thought I was going to be stuck on... Usually I need to shoot the cannon one more time.
Can I help you?
Those mobs just despawned and it counted. I'll take it.
Be careful.
I don't care, I'm out of here. I got the quest done. Maybe that's why it's messed up. Now if I use this ring, now it's pretty good. It's got intellect stuff, but I do lose 70 health. Pretty big dip. But I'm gonna use it. A bunch of spirit as well, which is helpful for innovate. I need some eagle gear. Stam int. Got a lot of spirit right now because we're wearing a lot of stuff like this. It's good to have a lot of spirit. Or mana regen, stuff like that, but, you know, it's only useful when we're out of combat. And a little bit while when we've got innovate, stuff like that. But we don't have mana regen while casting. We won't have that for a little bit. Don't daze me. Think. That guy going. AFK auto run. He's probably trying to farm Mithril or something. Not paying attention. This is hardcore, mate. You might run off a cliff. Free, free, free. Nice. If only Lena was 1 minute least played. Free, free, free as well. I can't wait to get back to the rogue. I always say this. Every league, I can't wait to get back to the rogue, but especially this one. Phantom Blade, Sword Spec, frickin' Blade Flurry, Adrenaline Rush. We have everything. We are gonna have so much fun when I play the rogue. I say when we play the rogue. You guys aren't going to be playing the rogue. We're just going to be having fun because of the damage and stuff.
Hello.
But I'm going to be having most of it.
See you around.
Sorry. Alright, we'll stop in a Meniful because it's the closest in to the next place that I'm going to be heading. We'll go down to STV a little bit more tomorrow to start things, I think. Even at a swamp, I'll decide when I'm logging in. But yeah, it's been a good day of WoW. So, while I'm flying, thanks for joining me today. Hope you all had a good time here, and I hope you all have a good night or day, depending on where you are in the world. I will 90% be back tomorrow. Something might come up in the morning. About the only thing that would change that to a 10%. But I should be. Currently don't have any plans for tomorrow during the day, so should be here. And we'll see. It'd be nice because even though I've only had 2 days this week to stream so far, it'd be nice to get the third, mainly because it's mail check day. I don't think there's too much mail that I've sent to characters this week, but that would be nice. It's funny because we sent so much mail in the early levels because, you know, we're on and off characters, sometimes within the day or two. But now it's so minuscule of a thing. Like, we send some mail, but it's usually a really good blue item or something like that now. We haven't really been that lucky with greens lately, I would say. Not finding a lot of them. But yeah. I'll see you guys when I see you next. Because hopefully... See you later, everyone. Have a good one. Don't miss me too much.